as they pass us for the first time, that will be the completion of lap 1. But the 700 boats are just getting underway coming out of Key West Harbor. Those are like the Mazda Miatas of offshore racing, banging around. They don't need much to get them bumping around either. 21 and 22-foot boats.
4 laps today.
Yep.
For both these classes.
Then they'll double the points on Sunday. Increase the lap count, I think, to 7 for these classes. We'll have to double check that because
I have them at 6.
They may change it.
Yeah, they did change that, Joey.
They changed it to 7?
No, they changed it to 4 for these boats.
No, but for 6 on Sunday is what I have.
All right,
okay.
this is kind of cool because
that's
the bracket 700 start is being led by a 14-year-old driver, Marianne Stahlcup from St. Pete, with Scott Jobin on the throttles. Now they're taking their first hops, and they're not even halfway to turn 1. The little boats are banging around already.
They definitely are already out there. You're getting lots of air.
You look down the line there, just when these Class 6 boats were going out, there's a little bump out there. You can see them popping up and down. So you can see it a lot more.
We got a red flag at turn 1 already. So someone didn't learn from Wednesday to chill when you hit turn 1.
No, he's Mod V.
Tony is?
Yeah.
Then they're next.
I'll tell you what.
Who? Mod V's next.
Is it? Okay, well, there you go.
Tony
All right, so red flag gonna slow down the action.
I'm sure they'll just restart for the full count.
I would imagine.
They didn't even complete a third of a lap. So
last time that happened, Superstock race, they knocked a lap off. And with as many boats, 98 boats here, a $250,000 prize purse being offered by IHRA, International Hot Rod Association.
It's almost like they slapped them on the wrist for getting the red flag by cutting a lap off.
Right.
Don't do that. We told you.
You have to wonder, though. I mean, 4 laps. Is it going to be 4? Is it going to be 3? And
yeah.
It's
because we're not in Baltimore.
The main thing we want to make sure is everyone's okay.
Absolutely.
Whoever. I'm guessing in this class it was probably more of a spin in these type of boats than.
I see the boat's upright. It looks like I can't really tell which one it is. I think it might be a Velocity, but if the boat's upright, so that's good news. Hopefully, maybe just the guys went for a little quick swim and they're getting out right now. So.
And
that'd help.
That is always of concern in open cockpit.
There's no Velocities in bracket 600, and the 700 boats weren't out there yet. What color is it?
White.
It's white? Oh, did moderation do it again?
Trump won big on that one again. Oh, no,
I hope not, but
that was a state deal.
We're not going to speculate. We'll just wait till we get word of who it was. JW is on with the race officials, so don't want to get any families worried by saying, oh, if it's a white boat, I think it's this.
Right.
So are you still involved in the bridge rebuild?
Yep.
With the tugboat company?
With the crew boats and the tugs and the cranes and all that stuff, but they're making headway on it. It's been taken away from the fun of boat racing now.
Well, there's some fun in making money, too.
Yeah, you kind of need that to do this.
A little bit. Yeah,
I can't. Even with my long lens, I can't quite get out far enough to tell who it is.
No one told Proven
Here we
Marine
go,
to
7.
not race? Hello? Either that or they're having a problem with rushing back into the pit, but I don't think so. Or they're going back to the milling area. Yeah, they're going to start. Who was that just said they're idling back to the crane?
RWI out taking H2. The 602 RWI Hobbies is taking water right now.
Okay, so they're out. All right, so there's MDG, Logan's Heroes, the 25 Warlock, Gerard. Oh, there's moderation. Okay, so. Oh, there is a velocity in Class 6. Scott McCormick and Bob Spitulski. And that MDG boat runs nice.
Yeah, the boys are on fire. They ran great the other day.
And they've been consistent, good for them in moderation. Just seem to duke it out.
They do. It's a fast boat. These guys run great together too.
And Jason is the son of the founder of MDG, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Dave Gavato.
Yes.
And he was known for building fast Superboat 30s.
Yes, he was.
With good power. And then the Superboat 30 had a nice run the other day, the Agora Day Spa. Oh, we got video back.
Yeah, hit the play buttons,
there
guys.
We go. We are back with something on the screen.
Thank you very much for Master Control.
Yep.
Got our video back here on the live stream. Folks out there, we have continuous coverage also on 97.7 FM and some of the intermissions if you want to follow the interviews while the live stream is either paused, or you can stay with the live stream and watch some of the great XINSURANCE Sports content. We're partnering here in Key West for both local viewers who might be out on the boat or watching anywhere up and down the shore in Key West Harbor. They can listen live on 97.7 Sports Radio throughout the entire day. So we're back. We had a red flag, and now going to have a restart again, which it really throws it throws the schedule off, guys, when you have this many boats and you've got, Kevin, to get 3 classes done, somewhere near, over 3 dozen boats out in an hour and a half.
Well, and just like you said, if they're going to cut the lap count down, those guys are on the outside. They got a lot of ground to make up in a very short period of time. When you take another lap off of that makes it even harder. So, talking to the guys this morning, not just the bracket classes, but all across the spectrum, when you got to get on the outside, that's not a whole lot of time to make up. So a lot of times you might be hanging back, trying to play it safe, wait for some time to go by. That might necessarily be the case here because you got to go.
It becomes a sprint race, and if you remember when El Bandito Tequila did its double corkscrew move, Steve Miklos said, I normally wouldn't push like that, but we only had a 3 or 4 lap race, and then you do things you wouldn't normally do.
You're absolutely right.
And look at the experience that guy has, and he was still pushing. So
yeah.
Good look at that Islandscapes boat from Key West. Cassie Jotlik and Jaime Trujillo from Key West, boat out of Manatee Marine, rigged up there.
Yep.
The Hayari Marine, built in Dubai. It's only one of 3 of that model in the United States. We see the pace boat with the red flag cruising by. We're going to have a restart here in boats 6 and 7. Go ahead.
Off camera up here, it's 611. Team Ride
Yeah,
Legal is being towed in right now.
It's the
one
velocity.
Of the ones, it's one of the ones I saw. Yeah, it was sitting backwards there. It was the 611 there. Team Ride Legal is the one that's also being towed in. We heard, like I said, we also heard that 602, the RWI, was taking on water as well, so it could have been 2 boats in the incident here.
So as we rush to air, 3 races this morning, really more than 3 races, but 3 starts, and 6 and 7 going here now after the red flag. We're going to have to start again. The next race, which will follow race 2, will be the Mod Vs, and the second start in that race will be Class 2 and 3, and then in race 3, it'll be classes 4 and 5 in 2 different starts, and I believe 300's going to run today. Later in the afternoon, after the harbor closure for local traffic and services, race 4 will begin at 1:15 with the factory stock boat, 7 laps. In the following race around 2:15, Super Cat and Extreme, they'll both run 7 laps. Helicopter refueling in between those races. At 3:15, Pro Class 1 gets moved up on the grid, 7 laps. Racing with Super V, 5 laps. And the finale of the day at 4:15, Super Stock Racing, 6 laps here today. Half points. It'll go in combination with Wednesday. Sunday will be full laps and full points to determine who the RWO Key West World Champion is.
We have an update coming in now. The 611, the 3 drivers that were on that boat were ejected and they're in transport now.
2 drivers.
We have word there was 3 that's coming from JW there.
Okay, so one of the drivers from somewhere else, because there were only 2 people in 611. There's a driver and a throttleman. But The interesting thing, Kevin, does this look like they're towing it very fast, kind of urgently?
I mean,
That's off camera.
Off camera,
Yeah.
but it just usually they would get the race going, but it looks to me like there must be some type of a concern to get that boat in quick.
there could be, but we've been on the back end of that thing a couple times, and the fast response guys, CTOW, Towboat US, they want to get the course cleared quick also.
Yeah.
So I mean, if they can get you up on plane, we've been towed back at 30 some miles an hour before they get you rolling. But
Okay,
yeah, when
we're going to restart minus 1 lap.
Yeah, they want to get that. You got to imagine they want to get that boat off the course and get started.
Well,
Yeah.
in reference, the 602 is sitting out there not being towed nearly as fast in the middle of the course right now behind a towboat. So I don't know if they're trying to get that one up and being towed faster right now, but you can see that one in the middle of the course versus the 611 that came in with a much
I
quicker
thought the
haste.
602 was already in and headed to the crane because they said they were taking on water.
Yeah.
They believe that's
they
the
were.
one that's coming out there right there. Should be there's another one coming here, the canopied boat back there coming in there. I do believe there's second boat being towed in right there. Yeah, the 602, the red RWI is being towed in right now from the middle of the course still.
Highly successful dirt legal velocity racing team with Brad Christopher and Connor Lingheim, the 22 Velocities, Scott McCormick of Velocity, really backing Brad Christopher, a former motorbike racer who lost his lower leg and has a prosthetic, wanted to continue to race, couldn't race the bikes anymore, and Scott hooked him up with the Velocity. Scott Porte's bracket is on that boat, which Brad really loves, and he's had a very successful
It's the
year.
boat.
Yeah,
it's the towboat.
tremendous season for Brad Christopher, and
Yeah,
today
Connor
waiting
Lang.
for Connor Langheim jumping on board with him.
Yeah, it's interesting because Connor throttles this boat, but he drives the Cat 300. And Ricardo Maldonado throttles that boat, the Argo. So nothing wrong with diversifying your skills. If you can throttle and drive a boat, you'll make yourself that much more attractive to potential boat owners in the future.
A great season for Brad. There's the XINSURANCE, the Safe Cash team. Talked about them earlier.
Yep. Marianne, a 14-year-old driver. And the team dog, George.
So the boats are circling
yep.
back around to get to Mill. They're going to try and get them started back up again. If you're just tuning in, we had a team ejected at around turn number 1, so we have a red flag and a restart.
And the two occupants of the boat, or 3 occupants, we were told, are in transit. So it might have been one of the people in the Rindell boat.
Well, I mean, the RWI is a canopied boat, so I don't know how they're getting ejected out of a.
Maybe he didn't get ejected, but
He
they
just
just
gotta get
got
out.
banged up
Yep.
inside.
Yeah,
because
they
those
put
things
that
are
there.
tiny inside.
Right, so
Oh
they're
my
taking a
God.
third person from that again.
Yeah.
Speculation, but
I mean, talk about what turn 1 is like, Kevin, as a racer, especially you got a whole swarm of boats heading out there, and right now the wind's blowing out of the southeast at about 11, pretty steady. So that means you don't get any protection from that water, and especially when you're coming across too, and it's kind of quartering to your bow. So what's that like when you have all those boats out there buzzing around?
It's a challenge. I mean, when you come out of the harbor here, it's nice and calm. Generally, it's nice and calm. You're going as fast as you can, and then once you get out here past the island, you start getting some kind of a little groundswell, and when you're hooked up wide open, you got to be ready for it. And then, just like you said, with the wind direction, when you get out to turn 1, it's hitting you on your port quarter. You add in all the traffic, hopefully everybody's trying to dive in to the buoy, but sometimes you get somebody that doesn't quite get around there. It pushes everybody out far, but turn 1's it can be an eye-opener for you when
Yeah.
Maintaining that directional stability can be a real challenge.
I remember, I think it was 2 years ago, in the Mod B race. I think you were with Brett, I'm pretty sure, but it was Kildall's level, Miklos level, you level, and then the 4th boat straight up. Experience is what I was trying to get at. The guys who've been here before, they're looking for that first. It's like when we raced in San Francisco in the old days in California, you know that big wave is coming when you go under the Golden Gate. You're just waiting for it.
Our restart is being slowed down. Island Scapes got caught on one of the buoys in turn 3 down there, so they're getting him off the buoy before we get started again here.
Race World Offshore would like to thank its live stream sponsor, Maximum Inflation. The new Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit by Maximum Inflation is the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. Your machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. All right, so that's not the first boat that got caught up in a buoy in the harbor. It was funny. I was listening to Gary Ballou, Cole Leibel, and they were talking about how the teams helped each other. And the Wozencraft boat in Superstock got tied up into a buoy, and one of the guys was radioing him. Julian, you're gonna drift right into the buoy. Yep, he got it.
Green to go, guys. Green to go.
Oh, we're ready to go racing again here. 44th Annual Key West World Championship first race already red flagged. So now our bracketed 600 and 700 boats will be doing 3 laps. Waiting to race are the Mod Vs and the bracket class 2 and 3s. And then the last race before harbor closure, bracket class 4 and 500. Bracket class racing. The bracket class 600 boats are V-bottom or canopy, single engine outboard, naturally aspirated engines. It's a 70-mile bracketed speed, class 700 V open. All racing here today, single outboard only in the 20 to 22 foot range. The class 600 boats 22 to 26, and your bracketed speed for class 700, 60 miles an hour. Boats have to maintain their speeds under that. If they break out, they will be penalized. So our start is coming up again for bracket class 600. Here we go.
Same lanes as before, just minus the boats that MDG is inside, moderation right alongside. They should be your quote-unquote favorites, you would think. Johnny Saris and moderation, both second-generation throttlemen and MDG and moderation.
And there's your green flag. The race is on. Bracket class 600 here at the Key West World Championships, and there they go. Beautiful shot of Sunset Key inside,
Island
buddy.
Escapes. The only outboard power boat in the class getting a little time walk going. I think that's a single step haul, whereas the other boats, but I think they just kind of lost.
Come out of his lane.
Yeah, they're coming all out of their lane because they were all the way on the outside. Now they came all the way inside. And that moderation and MDG just kind of said, all right, we're going to go around you and get back out front. Logan's Heroes, I think, was right back there too.
Island Scapes came off the lane just now. That was pretty good.
They took a couple of tiny hops, so they could have gone into Guardian too.
There's your leader in bracket class 600.
Not many of these defender hulls out there, protector, but
Mike
I think it's a
McLaughlin.
protector, 26, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Mike McLaughlin and Jason Gavadas.
Yep. Michael Lang and Johnny Saris giving chase, and the 26 Modern Marine that they built after was a Sutton was that they had previously.
All right, here we are heading now where the boats are going to turn at the what they have over the decades referred to as the wall. It's a 3-pen turn, a little bit more than 90 degrees at turn number 1. So the boats now will be coming out of the southbound leg and now turning eastbound. We look back now at the start of bracket class 700.
Well, it looks like Red Rum has the early lead. They're all kind of bunched together a little farther outside of them. Red Rum's on the inside. Okay,
Oh,
there.
back to
MDG went through. Here's a moderation, and there's the Warlock. American Hustle. This is the 608 Cigar Monster Ultimate Basic Boat Racing Experience.
Get a look here and see how they're bouncing around.
Yeah.
There's definitely
these
some
two guys are going to run their boats level. They're going to keep as much boat in the water because that's how you advance forward rather than flying it through the air and slow yourself down standing it up. But that looks pretty manageable out there to me. What do you think?
It does. It really. It's not as hateful as I was expecting. But I mean, these guys know what they're doing. Just like you said, these two guys, good old school boats here.
Yep.
This is where great to get your feet wet, get started in racing. You know, you can take pretty much any kind of bay boat that you got out there, put some horsepower in it.
Oh,
slap
that
some
might have
helmets
been
on,
dirt
go
legal
racing.
in lane 1 because we're back to the 700 class boat, and that's piston broke in the middle and the front. Dirt legal on the inside coming up. Proven Marine. That might be 3rd edition with J.D. D'Elia throttling. Or I think he's throttling. 22 activator. His son just finished it before they came down here.
Tide is slack right now, just going high here at 10:30. So the rest of the race, it will start to go outgoing. Keep that in mind.
MDG comes by, leading in lane 1. Moderation 2. Here comes Logan's Heroes. Let's see where they are in the order. They're 3rd, so they've been moving up. They broke out on Wednesday, which dropped them down in the overall. American Hustle's 4th.
Our leaders in bracket class 700 should be coming through soon.
Cigar Monster 5th, Gerard Marine 6th. I did not see.
I didn't know. Well, Islandscapes we saw had the trouble
Right,
on the
but
way out.
I didn't see All Animal Clinic make a start.
I did not see them start
I haven't,
either.
I haven't seen them come out on the
All
water
right.
at all. And that P&D. Oh, here's Islandscapes in 7th. Now here come the 700 boats.
That's all happening off screen. Now we're focused in on the bracket class 700 boats as they buzz in at the end of their lap. Fun boats to watch here. Only 22-foot V-bottoms with big Mercury racing power.
That's Piston Broke, 3rd edition. And here's Red Rum, the 22 progression built on Long Island. Anthony Cruz.
So Dirt Legal off screen has the early lead. Piston Broke in 2nd, Red Rum in 3rd, and 3rd edition in 4th. The 777 boat PM just behind, as well as XINSURANCE, Safe Cash, and Blind River Bar, and then Shocker.
Everybody's staying in there, packed nice, good race.
Yeah, everybody's in contention here. So as a throttle person, let's just say, Kevin, your job on a bracketed boat, as we look overhead, Connor Langheim is throttling for Brad Christopher and the Velocity Dirt Legal here as we watch them go through the harbor. You've got to watch that GPS the whole day while you're trying to balance the action on the waves.
You are. Your face is buried in that screen, making sure, like in this particular case, you're doing 59.9. You can't go over 60 miles an hour. I believe they still have the 0 tolerance breakout rule. So if you do go over that speed, you're done. So yeah, you're trying to pay attention, and just like we were talking about here in Key West, you've got a lot of different water conditions just in this course. It's going to be really calm on the inside end towards turn 3, and then you got that chop you got to start dealing with on going out to number 1 and then 1 to 2. So yeah, you got to have your game on and really pay attention to not just the attitude of the boat, like we were saying. You want to keep everything flying level, but in this particular case, in 6 and 7, you can't go over top of those speeds, otherwise you're
Well, plus Connor doesn't want to lose to the boat behind him because he sold it to the guy.
right.
That's his old 22 activator in 2nd place.
We saw that Proven Marine though last week, the last race, coming 2nd overall, but that breakout dropped him all the way down to 6. So point-wise, that's a huge one right there. So you definitely want to watch that. And like you said, on that outside between 1 and 2, those road waves are they're all over the place. So you're really watching. At that point, your peripheral's got to be at its super peak right there between 1 and 2 for sure.
That's right. There's our overall leader in 700. As we look back at the 2nd place team in Chase, was Piston Broke, was that correct? In 2nd?
Yes,
In
Piston
second.
Broke was in 2nd.
So
And there's a good shot of them, that 22 activator with the 300R. I think every boat in this race, except for the Velocity, is built on Long Island. They're all super boats, progressions, and activators. Activator is now called Rage.
Jeff Pritchard and Scotty Young. Piston Broke in 2nd here. 2nd day of racing Friday here at the 44th Annual Key West World Championship. Off screen, we have our leaders coming back in 600. So track those boats for you. MDG continues to lead.
Yeah, and this is their white flag lap. They're only running 3.
Yep. Moderation in second.
Got about a 5, 6, 7 second lead between first and second. He gained about a second on him that last lap.
But wow, are they out front from the boats chasing in 3rd and 4th? My gosh. We're still looking for 3rd and 4th and bracket 6.
So MDG, Moderation have come through, and now it's quite a pause.
Here's
Yeah,
Logan's
Hero in
Heroes.
3rd.
Gap there.
Yep.
And American Hustle should be in 4th, right behind him on screen.
Yep.
You see.
No change in the top 4 boats.
This is
There's
Gerard Marine on
yeah.
screen.
They were 6 earlier, but I think there's the leader, but the one in front of him, 609, the Cigar Monster is
Cigar
5th.
Monster is
Not the
5th.
leader, should I say. But
Gerard Marine is 6th. This is an old 26 Corsa. Very popular in the old days of Factory 1.
there's the Cigar Monster. Sitting 5th.
Yep. Which is pretty good for a boat with a 350 MPI. With all these other big motors these guys have. Now we're back out, looks like with piston broke again.
They should be coming around turn 2 here shortly.
And that's the bracket 700. Now some of those bracket 700 boats have tabs, some don't.
Yeah, that blows my mind. I feel like I'd want tabs for sure in those little guys.
The Velocity has them, I know that, the Dirt Legal. But that's the newest boat in the fleet. It was purpose built for the class.
I know the Muller boys run that Chug at 22 velocity, and they don't run tabs. It just blows my mind.
Well, they're young,
Yeah, it could get,
and they'll just grunt out the hit and keep going.
just tougher than I am.
Islandscape's getting their experience, but here comes off-screen Dirt Legal. I mean,
Yeah,
yep.
Dirt Legal in the lead. Piston broke hanging there close second there.
Yep.
Third
Yep.
edition on the screen there. It's
Third,
sitting in 4th.
third edition is coming after
They're right,
Red Rum.
They're getting close there.
Everybody first through fourth, you only got about an 8-second difference here, so everybody's still really tight.
And if you like hot sauce, go check out Red Rum's sponsor, Laguna Hot Sauce. Blind River's up to 6th, up to 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
6th is Safe Cash X
The
Insurance.
Proven Machine dropped all the way down to 7th.
7 is Proven Marine.
They got both those boats got by Proven
Maximum.
Machine. And the Shock making up a little bit of room, hanging in there. Again, that bracket classes have not disappointed so far. The bracket 500 on Wednesday, what a race that was. That was some fun racing, and they are doing a good job of getting them to all be more spec racing like everybody else, despite being bracketed. And we open up a bit more, but yeah, it's a fun category still. They're making it a lot of fun here, Sport Offshore, with these categories.
Well, the driver's name in Proven Marine and the name Maximum Fire Escapes, those are both new for the world. So I think that boat's got a new owner. It's probably the driver, and maybe he owns Maximum Fire Escapes.
I'll tell you, it's great. All these Class 7 boats looking pretty professional from where it started, 12 years
Yeah.
ago or so. And you said you're pulling something out of your backyard and just throwing it together to go out here and run 60. And now you got some pretty serious machines in Class 7. And I mean, everybody's looking.
Yeah, now it's the drag race to 60
Yeah, right.
with a 300R and tiny prop and
And I mean, they'll go out here and they'll go running the same stuff that the big boys run in. So you got to give them some credit. They say this is the starter class, but man,
That's just because you only can go 60 miles per hour. But you think about it on a boat, if you're going 60 on your just recreational watercraft, you're hauling. You're putting some speed down there.
Sure. And these guys, these boats will run 90 miles an hour. Like Eric said, they're propped down for that acceleration.
Should be
when they do the
checker
King of
here.
the Cut.
We should
out
be
on
seeing a
Long
checkered
Island.
here for this off screen
Yeah,
here.
Here's
Here's
your
MDG, your winner.
Yep, unofficially, MDG takes the checkered flag. Mike McLaughlin and Jason Gavados right behind them. Moderation with Michael Ling and Johnny Saris.
Yeah, because Mike McColgan also drives the Tunnel Vision boat, but they're a scratch in the next race. So
Yeah, he popped the motor, and then he said he popped the second one in testing yesterday. So
Yep.
unfortunately, he's out for the weekend. But looked good in 6.
Congratulations to McColgan and Gavados. Again, all these results unofficial until their data cards are read. Make sure there were no breakouts. Logan's Hero will wrap in 3rd here today. Logan Tiros, Pat Marlowe, and Steve LaPinta in the 24 Magnum.
Classic 24/7 V-bottom. American Hustle in fourth. So they're still in good shape for the podium for the weekend if they get their double points up on Sunday and move up a little.
Shocker Offshore Racing, a 21 Superboat, Ray Evans and Chris Colson in bracket class 700 on screen.
And you'll see them back out in bracket 400 in their customized 37-foot 2-inch fountain or whatever. Okay, that was Cigar Monster Ultimate Boat Racing Experience in fifth. Just came in. Proven Marine is back on the trying to give chase to Dirt Legal. Now we're back with the Gerard Marine boat coming across in sixth. And they were adamant this morning, don't run extra laps.
Well, they are. Looks like you got moderation and a couple other Class 6s going around again.
Saw the Blind River Bar there momentarily, and now back to our local team out of Key West here. Rookies on the tour. Cassie Jotlick and Jaime Trujillo in the Hayari hull. Now back offshore with Class 700 boats, Blind River Bar. This is where you get to see these guys bounce, Kevin.
Yep.
They are having a good time out there.
Whoa! There's Islandscapes again. One of 3 Hayari hulls here in the United States. Glad to see another local team here on the water from Key West, Florida. Fine tradition of powerboat racing dating back to 1965 here in the island city, and the World Championships since 1977. See our bracketed class boats heading back into Key West Harbor for the finish of the day. A nice race for Dirt Legal, just kind of picking up where they left off all year long. Is
Another checkered flag.
Yep. They
Good
take
for
the
them.
win. Yep. Brad Christopher.
Piston broke at second, Red Rum third,
I'll tell you, that pack,
third edition fourth.
that 4, they all stayed tight. They were right there the whole time.
Last time J.D. Adelia raced in Key West was with his father, John, in the 35-foot Jaguar Cat Special Edition in the 90s. So it's very cool to see him back down here. Fifth place.
Safe Cash, X-Insurance.
Cash X Insurance. Way to go, Mary Ann.
That's 2 fifth places in a row.
14 years old out here running
Hey,
for a world title.
She's in contention right now for it, at least a podium spot.
Proven Marine, the Firescapes boat, kind of fell back a little bit. And here's Shocker in seventh.
And then Blind River fell all the way back.
Blind River fell back to eighth. They might have to call the cartel. Get some special stuff. That was a not so good word for a few years in the sport when you
That's
heard things like cartel.
Fun-loving group there out of the Bayou.
Blind River Bar, they have a big poker run down there. I'm pretty sure that bar is, you only get there by water.
That's right, 100%. Big fans of the Blind River Bar team down there. And there you see our Pace Boat Cigarette Hawk, the checker flag being...
Yeah, we're just waiting for the yacht management racing team. Moderation's doing their extra lap.
No harm, no foul.
The P2s, 3s, and Mod Vs are already heading out to the mill.
All right, thank you.
We're moving them on, getting them rolling.
Well, Mod V is its own race, right?
You know, they're all part of the second starts here, our second race this year.
Mod V
Mod
starts
V
one,
starts one, and then the
Right.
big bracket boats.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
2s and the 3s after
the
that.
six, 2, and 3 boats that are going out there will follow them. So I mean, you're gonna have, you're gonna have close to 15 boats out there.
Should we
Just
knock
about.
out the rundown?
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the next fleet of boats coming out for our second of 3 starts here this morning at the Key West World Championships. You see on the screen the speeds that these boats do. Fastest boats coming up later today, Pro Class 1 and Super Cat. Factory stock now chasing the Super Cats in terms of top speeds. And your Super Stock boats in the always performing well. Mod V's touching at near 100, which are going to be racing here next up. And here's our lineup for our second start of today's races at the 44th Annual Key West World Championships. Live coverage from the Porte Products broadcast booth with Scott Porte at the helm. Leads the way in technology for the marine industry at PorteProducts.com. We build performance into everything. Overhead, the piston broke. Nice day for them on the water today. Eric, take it away.
The Mod V boats drew cards for the lanes, and this ought to be fun because in lane 1 is Channel 199 Dixon Flannel with Travis Pastrana on the throttles and Jim York driving. And if you saw their in-boat video from the other day, that was some good stuff. Lane 2, Damon Murata Sr. and Mike Gerard and FuelTeam.com. Lane 3, NMBRV Resort, the Red Fast Elite Lily Sport Boats built boat with Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Oh no, sorry. Lane 3 is Safe Cash, XINSURANCE, Rick Rapscott Jobin. Lane 4, BoatFloater.com, Stephen Kildall. Lane 5, Irish Kevins with Larry Fonteca and Dante Napoli driving. Lane 6 is NMRV Resort with Kirk Hanna, Mark Rinda. They had to replace a drive. Lane 7, Relentless, the new Spartan with Travis Patko and Tom Madalena. Lane 8, Marker 1 Marine, Vinny and Rob Winoski. Lane 9, Speed Marine, Kyle Miller and Jay Waltman, so they got their work cut out for them. And coming from the outside after they had to replace their engine hatch after they rolled the boat on Wednesday and landed right side up are Charlie McCarthy and Tony Silvera in Punisher. Now, if we look at bracket 200 and 300, lane 1 is two comps, H2O Performance, the 36 Spectre with Scott Brown and Ed Tamburino. Lane 2, Justice League, Don Urfer and Richard Davis in the 42 Phantom. Lane 3, OC Racing, Joey Oliveri and Billy Glick. Bracket 300, lane 1, Team Woody, Billy Shipley, but Robert Bryan is throttling the boat. Lane 2, Robert Bryant would normally be in tunnel vision in the 500 class. Lane 2 is Keith and Kate Herbot in Herbot Racing. They're sponsored by Tamco, Penns Park, Nick's Lake House, and Viva Alamo. In lane 3, Weehall Boats, the 38 Bad Boy, kind of derived from the 38 Scarab ABS. Nick Fennell is the driver, and Mike Ogden is on the sticks. But here's a good look at the bracket 700 winner. Team Legal, they should have it well in hand for Sunday. But
They're in good shape.
But the whole double points thing, you know.
Yep. Something happens to them, they break or something. God forbid something happens where they come in last.
Or roll it doing stuff like this in front of the wall.
Yeah, but it's still anybody's championship to win. That's for sure. That's one thing about Key West.
Well, these guys are enjoying the win today.
Yeah, I mean, the boats that are kind of linked to Manatee Marine like to do the celebration stuff with the boat. They'll do donuts with the cats. They'll do the wheelies with the velocity.
It's a good feeling when you win Key West, man. That's about the best you can get.
Well, today's just one day in the picture. You know, Gary Ballou of the Ray Marine team likes to say you got to get base hits, right?
Yep.
You can't get stuck way back in the pack. You've always got to be up to the top, and then you'll know where you need to be on Sunday. You can figure out where you got to finish to win. So it's a cumulative racing, Kevin.
Absolutely.
It's interesting talking about Superstock because when I interviewed Sean Torrenti the other day after they won, he's like, well, I know they're going to invert us. So I'm pretty much expecting Cole to win on Friday. He's already said, I'm going to be chasing him, and then it'll set us up for the championship on Sunday. But I think there's 12 other boats that are going to have something to say about it.
It's going to be a tough race,
or
buddy.
13 because Drink Kilo's out. But yeah, that's why we know now why Celsius was off the pace on Wednesday, because unfortunately Drink Kilo ran over the back of him.
I think Jay Muller had a magnet hooked to him or something, whacked in Great L and Celsius boat.
There's the Pastrana and York pairing. Dixon Flannel. today's not exactly a flannel day. Little toasty, a little muggy.
Not too bad without the sun, though.
The weather was trying to show the radar, but I'm not seeing any. Like Todd said this morning, I'm not seeing anything to back up that prediction of rain so far. Knock on wood.
We like 5 laps in Mod V. Is what we got?
So
Yeah,
Mod
5
V
laps in Mod V.
got is it 5 or 6?
5.
Yep, it's 5.
5 and 200 and 5 and 300.
No, no, it's 6.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 6. So Mod V is 6, Kevin.
Okay.
7, as you see, the Dixon Flannel 199 with Travis Pastrana on board.
And that's the boat. Last year, it was the XINSURANCE statement boat, or it is the XINSURANCE
Yes.
statement boat.
Yep.
They actually won the championship last year, and that used to be Britt Lilly's boat. That's the first Gen 3 LSB Extreme. And we had some good luck with that thing here a few times. Now, see what these boys can do with it. But got some stiff competition. A lot of good seasoned teams out there. It's really cool seeing Rob and Vinny Winowski in the Marker 1 Marine boat. That's the old Phantom 9 boat. That thing was always fast. Those guys are great Class 5.
I was saying the other day, I remember racing Vinny in A class in the first canopied Bronx Phantom.
That's right.
In '94.
That's right.
Because I was down here with the boat called Wizard of Oz.
Okay.
In one of the California teams. But speaking of V-bottoms, isn't there a big V-bottom up in Arnold, Maryland that you have a stake in? And now you see all these Super Vs out here. Is it kind of?
That was a big draw for me to get my butt down here, I think. We've been saying we're waiting for everybody to get some boats out there. Now you got 6 or 7 Super Vs out there. I think it's time to bring the old girl out. And so, we needed to see how Britt was feeling with Super Cat and running Class 1. We didn't want to put him, under too much more strain. But he said, I got it. Let's do it. So I think you're going to see us out next year in the Super V again.
Yeah, and I think Anthony and Smitty wanted to bring the Was Up down, but Smitty had some back problems, and Anthony doesn't want to race here without his dad in that boat.
That's what I was told, and that's another fast boat. I mean, a lot of good competitive boats in that class, and you're seeing the guys from the Mod Vs kind of starting to step up. I mean, I guess that's the next place you go after this. But I tell you, it's still getting into Mod Vs is fun. It's like they're getting up on plane.
Yeah, and don't underestimate the importance of a guy like Mike Howe getting into a class.
Yeah, that's huge.
And all the posts and all the videos and just bringing more attention to it. But here we go. We're lining them up. And they drew cards this morning, so Travis and Jim in lane 1 is going to be fun.
It's going to be interesting. I hope they can hang on to the pin there and they don't push the whole fleet out to Cuba.
It's good. Dicks on water.
That's it. We're going.
Here we go. They're not lined up, though, I'll tell you that.
Not yet. Now everybody's coming back up.
Because they said they were giving them more room. They took them deeper into the harbor so they could give them a better run-up. And that's Charlie McCarthy and Tony Silvera on the Punisher way outside, way ahead.
You gotta come off plane, bro. There you go.
Because these boats are supposed to be 100 feet behind the pace boat.
This is one of the hardest things, folks. If you're not familiar with powerboat racing, get them the line up for the start. They're all supposed to be in line with the lane 1 boat.
Green flag's up.
Yeah. So here they go. The race is on in Mod V, and there they go. Boat floater looked good
Dixon
on Wednesday.
Dixon Flannel is hanging tough, but here comes Jay and Kyle. No surprise there, Jay and Kyle in the Speed Marine.
Everybody's looking good, looking fast.
Speed Marine.
Look at the Punisher, the brand new Spartan hull, self-designed and built by Charlie McCarthy. Oh, Kildall just took a hop.
There's your bump.
Yep, there's the first one.
Yep.
And you got a east-southeast wind. Still holding about 10 right now. Tide's starting to switch and go outgoing, and that's going to increase through the day. Watch our Mod V boats approach turn number 1. Make that eastbound leg towards Fort Zachary Taylor. There the top boats in your grid.
Speed Marine is to the left of your screen, the bright green boat, boatfloater.com on the inside.
Good swell there.
Yep.
There you
and
go.
Punisher on the outside.
So we look at our
Twos and
Class
threes.
2s and 3s come up and get their start here in Key West Harbor. Back to our leaders as they approach turn number 2. This is a wide sweeping turn on the east side of the lake. In the air, Speed Marine.
Those boys don't take it easy.
Now you could see boat floater.
But- they
come
might
on.
have.
Might have jarred something.
They might have, because Speed Marine slowed way down after that big hop, and boat floater's going to take advantage.
And
Yep,
they
Speed
did.
Marine's off plane. Something.
There's a good little bump out there.
Yep. And now
Staying
Punisher's getting past Dixon Flannel.
Yeah, they're telling you, as this tide goes out, you're going to see up streams off the bottom. You're going to see more holes out there, and the wind is going to be against the tide as the day progresses.
Get the fountain coming up
Yeah,
hard
the,
there, man. Looking good.
Irish Kevins.
199 Dixon Flannel.
Nice battle with Punisher. Extreme versus Spartan.
Our leader is coming back into the harbor. It's boatfloater.com off screen. Punisher at second. Dixon Flannel third. Irish Kevin fourth. NMPRV Resort fifth.
Relentless 7.
Did have one scratch in this class, RNS Racing. So we're at 10 boats racing out there.
Speed Marine is already under tow.
Oh. Tough break for Kyle Miller and Jay Woltman.
So then I had safe cash in 6th, Joey.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Statement Marine.
Good battle in Mod V down on number 3. Good job. Everybody's through clean.
And Speed, like you said, is on tow, so they're not going to be coming through.
Off screen Mod V boat floater is checked out.
The early lead in Class 200. Herbot Marine. Big pass line. Team Woody here at the start-finish line. Herbot looked like they had the lead, but then got passed, and the We Haul Boats team now through in third. We look at boatfloater.com, continuing the lead and heading out.
That's the battle right there. Punisher, and you can see him going out, and the Dixon are just been all the way around this course, side by
They
side.
have been. Awesome race, awesome race. Both boats look fantastic.
Well, isn't this Jim's only like second time driving an offshore race boat?
Yeah, him and I ran a few races together in Mod V back in 21.
Here they come.
This is his first race.
Here's Dixon coming back with
Seems Punisher has the better on the turns, but Dixon's really be able to get down to the straightaway and put him on the speed there. So that's where we're going to see the battle. If Punisher can outhold him on the turns and break enough room, though, he can't be caught down by the Dixon on the backside here.
Travis and Jim.
Good attitude on the boat, though. Looking good.
Yep.
6 on water.
Now that has ballast tank, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, so they can use it if they want to. Here's Fuel One team. Damon Murata Senior, Mike Giroux.
Yeah, that's what you want to try to do in these races. You want to try to use ballast instead of the trim tabs if you can. That gives you a little less drag and tend to keep the speed up, keep the boat a little bit more level.
Heck of a battle here. I mean, considering that Charlie just built that boat start of this season, and he put some interesting things on the bottom. I was looking at it the other day.
What a battle for second here. Punisher and Dixon Flannel.
Here's Team Woody out to the early lead in a 300.
In a good view of the boats as they now travel around the wide sweeping turn. Ford Zachary Taylor head back into the harbor. You can see them.
Coming on the inside, looking
Yeah,
good.
Dante Napoli.
Whoa,
there's an
NMPRV.
MBRV.
Yeah, the big red. You can notice that, all the red.
Wait a minute, you saw all the black on the bottom of that boat. That thing was. But here's Boat Floater. Gildall's getting it done.
Nobody's happier about that battle for second than them right now.
Yeah, because it's just letting them stretch out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dixie Flannel
Who's it?
will have second coming into the harbor.
No, Punisher.
It's Punisher, apologies.
Second, Dixon Flannel third.
Irish battle there with
Fourth. NMB fifth. Dante Napoli driving the strikes off of that fountain.
What do we have, about 10 seconds from second to sixth right there?
I got to get back on that.
Dude, that was not much more than that. I mean, that was bang, bang, second and sixth, and that's what you want to see, and that's what the Mod Vs have been bringing.
Right now the race is for second, third, fourth, and fifth. As Relentless comes through, and you see this battle now as moving into the turn.
Okay, now
NMBR
right there.
They moved up.
Yeah, has gone by Irish Kevin's.
How old is that fountain?
It was built in 2008 or 9, I believe. It used to be called Watch Your Back. It
Yeah,
was Doc
Brian
Jansen.
Forehand with Doc Jansen ran that boat.
It was very dominant.
There's the OC Racing coming into the lone boat. Well, I didn't see the Justice League come through the first time personally, and then I just heard that 217 is down on tow as well, so there's only one boat left in the 220 to 200 class.
And MB's making a move on Travis and Jim now.
Third place. Kurt Hanna, Mark Rinda, NMBRV. Off-screen Team Woody's come through, so
But he's still trailing. Herbert got back in front of him there.
229 Extremes in the battle in the lead. An original Mark Spates built Extreme from 2004. What a year they've had at boatfloater.com. Battle for second and third. All three into it in MVRV. Hannah and Rinda making a charge, heading out to turn number one, trying to chase down Dixon Flannel.
And Punisher.
And Punisher.
Trying to make up for that tough end of the race on Wednesday for them. They looked really good to start on Wednesday and then fell off at the end of the race there. So this is big time to give them back and go opposite and get back. They go run it backwards.
They heard a drive on Wednesday, and it just kept getting worse through the race. I was over there when they pulled the plug, and the plug had a beard.
So Speed Marine being towed in, Kyle and Jay took a hard hit, and they were running strong there early.
We're down to just 8 boats in that Mod V now.
Yep.
The Team Fuel 1 is also off plane and being towed as well.
Look at Relentless. Travis Petco and Top Madalena. Good look at our second, third, and fourth boats back to the XINSURANCE Helicam, and it looks like into third is NMBRV Resort.
They've got Punisher in their sights.
They are marching.
They sure do.
New 29 Extreme built by LSP Powerboats in Arnold, Maryland.
Engine is built by the Throttleman, Mark Rinda MRE, and they run an IMCO drive rather than a Bravo. And there's the Winoskis from Sarasota. A couple of Phantom diehards.
Oh, they're Phantom
They love
junkies.
their Phantoms.
Oh, this is great racing. Watch these boats navigate the turn. Watch for the holes coming into Key West Harbor.
Great turn by Dixon to stay close there.
Yeah.
Might keep him in that race there. The NMRV.
See who stays stuck to the water. Nobody.
Again, that battle for second, third, fourth doesn't. Boat Floaters is gone because of that.
He's got about a 20-second lead over these guys, but I mean, these guys are all within about 2 or 3 seconds each other. Look at, there we go, NMRB dumping some ballast.
Yep.
Ready to
You
put
see
some
the water
time on.
coming out the side.
So
There he
close.
goes, coming tight.
Just by nose ahead.
NMBRV was just barely ahead of Punisher. And now Dixon Flannel Ford. Irish Kevin's hanging tough.
Hanging in there.
Woo!
Must
Little
be that
squirrely, baby.
Must be that Speed Marine
Look
engine.
at the XINSURANCE keeping in too.
Yeah!
Punisher and NMBRVResort.com battling into the hairpin turn in Key West Harbor. They come close.
Let's see.
Oh, what is that?
Oh!
Jeez. Couldn't hold it.
Getting washed there big time.
Oh, you're gonna lose a lot of speed there. Came so close to touching them.
Oh, he climbed him a little bit.
Absolutely. So that's going to give NMBRV Resort a little distance in second.
In second place there. Big move for them.
Yep.
Rubbing ain't racing in boats.
Here comes our leaders in.
Or do you disagree, Kevin?
You want to try not to do that, but I mean, sometimes it happens. It's not intentional, but yeah.
Great
Like
look.
we're only bumping fiberglass.
Mark Brenda, Kurt Hanna, NMBRVresort.com, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach. Custom built.
NMBRV, second place, moving well. Big comeback race for them today there.
Pastrana and York and the Dixon Flannel team, 199. Running in third. Great shot, beautiful red boat. And so why is it the red boat? You know, he's like, we just haven't found the right livery for it, and it looks so good.
He's had plenty of graphic offers, but
just hasn't found the right one yet, and it'll stay that way for the time being.
people love the boat.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Ferrari red.
Great visuals with that one. You watch her take that turn at one. Now heading into that chop out there.
Now this boat is a Spartan, the same as the Punisher, but they actually kind of modified a Torrente canopy.
That's what I was told.
And put it on there. And Travis just loves the room in there. He's like, I don't feel, claustrophobic,
Confined, yeah.
and you can move around a little bit.
And then BRV in second overall, Punisher in third.
So you think there that was just Punisher was trying to hold the inside, and NMBRV was just closing it off?
I couldn't tell who was on the inside to start out.
Yeah.
I don't know if NMB came over or their Punisher just got pinched, but that was And he had to get outside. He was getting pushed inside, so he had to go out. He had no other play there. But luckily, everybody's still moving.
And you can watch Channel 199 on YouTube probably later today for their in-boat footage again.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
Boatfloater.com off screen, passing by on lap number 4. There's your Dixon Flannel team.
Yeah, they put up a sign in the pits that said they're running 5. So that should be the white flag lap.
Looking great.
NMBRV is now up second. Punisher's third. Charlie's probably not thrilled with the way that corner went.
No, but I mean, boat's looking good. He's still up and running. That's great. This fountain's very cool to watch. These guys, that boat's going to be up there soon. It's only their second race out with Larry and Dante and the guys at Speed Marine working on it. She's going to be a good contender here soon.
Safe Cash XINSURANCE is the former Mr. Technology.
That's right.
When Will Smith used to run the boat himself.
That's right.
There were a few Mr. Technologies through the years.
Yeah, the first one, Ron Poley, I believe, was 94. It was a 3-person.
Yeah, I think he ran B class.
Yep.
Okay.
Green OC Racing through. They continue to lead all the way through here. And
as pretty as
bracket
OC
class
Racing
200.
is, Billy Glick's got a very pretty 38 fountain we'd like to see out here again.
Yeah, we're on him too.
Look at your leader, boatfloater.com. What a season Stephen Kildall have had.
There's almost a flying under the radar element to them with all these new extremes.
I'll tell you what, Boatfloater had about a 20-second lead on second. You only got 13 seconds between first and second now, so NMRB, they're marching.
Yeah, Class 2 is on its white flag lap as well. Let's see if Team Woody can get around and if Robert Bryant gets comfortable.
Yeah, Herbot Racing has the lead there, and they're real close. See what the last lap holds in bracket class 300. OC Racing in control of class 200.
And the Kildalls in firm control, knock on wood for them.
Locally sponsored Irish Kevin's. Now back to Dixon Flannel. Running in fourth.
That Weehall Boats is a Cadillac ride for today.
I saw Mikey last night. I asked him, I said, how is it getting into that big old thing? He's like, oh man, it's like driving a truck. It's awesome.
Travis and Jim That's the X-Insurance National Champion team, world champion from last year.
The lime green transom kind of gives it away. The only thing the wrap didn't cover. And let's see if Billy and Robert can make a run here at
It's
the
close.
Herbots for.
We've got about a 2-second gap there.
There, the checkered flag is out here at the finish.
Mod V class wrapping up here today.
Do we know why Chad's not in the boat?
I don't.
Okay, we'll ask Billy. I think he's going to make an appearance a little later. But here's I think they're still going to make a run at him. Problem is they're a 35 and Herbot's a 38, and they're in the roughest part of the course. And that 35 is really about 32 feet of running surface.
That's right. You're going to see the difference in them coming across that leg.
But no doubt here.
Boat floater will take the win today. Coming across the start-finish line in Mod V.
2 for 2. The price just went up for that boat.
And we're watching the fourth place boat,
That
Dixon
North
Flannel.
Myrtle, what a comeback! You know, if he had
8
some,
seconds.
There they are. They'll take second here today.
what a second day here for them. That was a great turnaround and a great comeback here from deep in that pack.
Well, great
Punisher.
Great run for Punisher after they rolled the boat and ripped the hatch off.
Yeah, that's good run for them. Get on a podium.
Dixon Flannel fourth again, so they're
Yep.
right there in the overall.
Maryland Wrecking Crew running proud.
Dixon Water.
Dixon.
And fourth, Irish Kevin.
Nice run, fifth, safe catch, moved up. No, they held it.
No,
six.
6. That's 6
Yep.
right there.
They held it for
Dixon
6.
was holding fourth.
You really see all that slop bouncing off of this seawall here when they come through across the start-finish line.
This looks like poker run water. It's just
is.
it's washing machine.
And there comes your winner in bracket class 200 OC Racing. All they do is win, baby. Joey Oliveri and Billy Glick in the 38 Phantom with the Progressive 900s.
They got Go GPS on there. I thought you had to defect to the UK to be a Go GPS boat.
Just looking at standings right now, as if this everything holds, you know, and penalties and everything. Boat Floaters is in first, obviously. North Myrtle is sitting second overall in points, and third is the Dixon squad.
There you go.
They're on the podium overall for the championship right now.
Dixon
Okay,
at podium.
here's the race for 300. And Herbot takes it.
Team Woody still holds the overall point lead in that class, despite the second today.
Yeah, because I think the Herbots had some problems the other day, didn't they?
Right, they fell to third the other day.
So all the boats coming in our second start. And here we are just a little after 11 o'clock. And
I bet
staying
we're going
on
to see.
schedule.
I bet we're going to see race 3 come right out here too.
I imagine so. Great action so far. Look overhead at some of the boats from the Mod V class. Look across the harbor here in Key West, back inside the chopper of our pilot, Rick Lindsay of X-Insurance. All in one coverage and fire, wind, and flood policy. X-Insurance, boatfloater.com, your winner today. Second day of racing as we see the last of the Class 300 boats, we haul boats come through. A little action there, replay of what happened in the harbor there.
He just got pinched. He had to get out. There wasn't much else he could do. I'll tell you, it's pretty awesome to see. I mean, I know we lost 2 boats in Mod V, but I mean, out of 10 boats, to only lose 2, 8 of them finishing, pretty impressive, especially for Key West. So great to see everybody come out safe and have a good race. Like,
Nice to see them when you go visit them in the pits and they're not covered in sweat and grease and they're kind of smiling and saying, "We're just going through stuff. We're just maintaining."
that's the best thing you can hope for. That's for sure.
When you see the big boats at the cranes and all the lights are on at like 10 p.m. and there's an engine being lowered into a boat and it's like, wow.
Or you're getting a jet to go get a rudder that popped off.
Oh yeah.
Looking further into those standings, though, come this last day, yeah, the Dixon's got 169 points, but Irish Kevin's is just going to be 135, so just about 30 points back. So is the Statement Marine, also at 135. The Speed Marine is going to be sitting at 138, and the Punisher's at 128. So all those boats are within really striking distance. I mean, Boat Floater's got the huge lead. Second place is going to be sitting right now your North Myrtle Beach at 187. So those two got a bit of a cushion. But after that, that's going to be that third place podium race is going to be really interesting come Sunday.
You got it.
Yep, Boat Floater is your Southern Continental champions.
Congratulations.
And
Those guys
Mod B.
have been on fire this year. Congratulations to them.
You know, they had a little bit of a tough year family-wise last year, and you could see that it was emotional for them when they had their first win this season, and not a lot's changed. They just keep going.
No, it's great seeing that old girl just keep on plugging away.
And gosh, Steve killed all, what, 40 years racing?
Yeah. Yep.
Get a good look there at the Outer Mole Vendor Village here at Truman Annex, presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. You can see it teaming with vendors and fans watching today's race. Still one to go here this morning. As next up are the bracketed class 400 and 500 boats. From immediately after that race, the harbor is open to local traffic for an hour as you get a really good shot down the vendor village here, where we're broadcasting from. And then the factory stock boats will come back out right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Actual start time 1:15. Later, Super Cat Extreme at 2 o'clock, helicopter refueling, and then the day ends at 3:15 with the Pro Class 1 teams and Super Vs in that start, and at 4:15 Super Stock runs for the final of this Wednesday Southernmost Continental Championship. Points go towards the 3-day World Championship here in Key West. Sunday we wrap things up. $250,000 prize purse presented by IHRA, International Hot Rod Association, the largest purse in the history of the 44 years of the Key West World Championship races.
And while I have a chance, if you read the article in Speed on the Water after the Meade family racing boat went over, we had written that Caleb Meade has fractured his ankle. He did not. He just got a gash on it, and they put a bandage on it, and he was back in the pits and only needs the crutches if he has to cover any distance. So I'm sure he'll be back out sooner than later.
Well, it looks like we're going to have some time to take a local break here on 97.7 Sports Radio. We'll take a pause on the live stream. Continuous coverage of the Key West World Championship races presented by Maximum Inflation, a legacy sponsor of Race World Offshore. We're going to come back with more action right here on the Zone. 97.7 Sports Radio. Todd, Eric, and Kevin Smith and Joey J.W. Cook bringing you the action here from Key West World Championship Racing here on 97.7 Sports Radio.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
We're back here at the Truman Annex, and we're out on the vendor village. Todd Swafford, Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com, along with Kevin Smith, longtime Mod V racer, and Joey J.W. Cook from the Key Citizen. Also here with us is Randy Perry, the engineer of 97.7 Sports Radio, as well as J.W. Powell, who's spotting for us. Cameron Turk is in the background there, helping to coordinate things on the live stream. Appreciate X Insurance Sports helping us out with the video coverage of this event, as always, and the amazing shots that you get from the helicopter of Rick Lindsay. So we're about set to get our final race of the morning underway, Eric, and let's look at the grid that we have coming out for the final races here this morning. Back at 1:15 to start the major national classes with the factory stock teams this afternoon.
And we have these boats were placed in their lanes by order of their finish on Wednesday. So lane 1, Saris Racing Engines, Johnny Saris driving, Jason Saris throttling, Vern French navigator. Lane 2, Simmons Marine, Jake Coons, Jason Zalecki. Lane 3, Naughty Beach with John Jeniak and Michael Flamia. Lane 4 is Team UK with Andy Foster, James Norville. Shocker Offshore broke out, wound up in lane 5 for Ray Evans and Chris Colson. Lane 6 is XINSURANCE Hartman, John Izzetti, Jerry Hartman. And that's the number of entries we have for the bracket boats in 400. Lane bracket 500. Lane 1 is Rum Runners after their dominant run on Wednesday. Fran Vellatato, Tom Crowley. Lane 2, Marker 1 Marine SRQ, Bronx Phantom, Vincent and Robert Winoski. Lane 3, Agora Day Spa, John Cohen III driving, Fast Eddie Simmons on the throttles. Lane 4, Back in Action, Darren Threlkeld on the wheel, Jimmy Jensen throttling. Lane 5, Tough Noogies, 30 Superboat, Matt Reska, Gavin Jafarian. Lane 6, FuelOneTeam.com, Damon Murata and Damon Murata. And lane 7, Sweat Equity Motorsports, Greg Dorenzo, Ryan Beckley, and Connor Toomey in the 28 Phantom, the only outboard powered boat on the water in this race.
All right, there's your grid here, final start of the morning. We have a harbor closure for an hour before we resume racing at 1:15 this afternoon, factory stock. We'll continue with our live coverage here on 97.7 Sports Radio if you want to join us in the intermission. And there'll be some entertainment as well provided for those staying with the live stream provided by X Insurance Sports. Bracket class racing, bracket class 400 and 500 here, which in 400, those are 27, 35-foot V'd boats, mostly canopied and some non. Those are the rules. Bracketed speed is 85 miles an hour. Inboard, outboard, or outboard engines in bracketed class 400 and 500. Bracketed speed is 75 miles an hour. Open cockpit V only. Single IO, naturally aspirated engines.
Yeah, the 38 Fountain, well, it was a 38 Fountain when they bought the old Black Pearl, the Shocker team. But the way they measure from the tip of the bow to the transom assemblies, and they were too long, so they cut 9 inches off the tip of that bow and reconfigured it, redesigned it, and so it's the only Fountain with that deck layout of its kind. And they actually did a pretty good job. I mean,
I hadn't seen it up close, but I mean that was a very competitive boat with Billy Glick and Gary Jones running in P2 and 3 for years down here. I don't know how many world championships they had with that boat, but it was a fast boat. And, good to see that. I tell you, Chris Colson and the Shocker boys, he ain't scared to go after. He's got some toys in his garage, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he took that Nitra and put a Velocity bottom on it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have any problem breaking out a Sawzall.
No, he bought an old Jersey skiff that I had, and it's got a 525 in it. I mean, they race that thing up in Jersey. They go out and have a good time wherever they go.
But I think the boat that everyone's going to have to try to chase down in the 400 race is going to be the Sarises.
Yeah, this is this is their water. This is their kind of racing. That boat, that size, that power, kind of being right in the middle. I think they're going to have the advantage, and definitely with the experience in that cockpit. But you got a pretty good range there in 4. You got little 29 and 30 extreme.
Yeah, I mean,
with the frame guys. And
hats off to the Lilly Sport Boats crew for getting that framed boat back.
They had a lot of work to do after Clearwater. So.
Yeah, drinknaughty.com, Naughty Beach coconut rum. Yeah, a lot of work. A boat that is close to Britt Lilly, obviously, and you, Kevin, the old LSB Hurricane of awesomeness.
Yep, we had a lot of time in that boat, and when I saw what happened, I asked Britt, I said, is that, he had a similar repair he had to make before Key West in 17 on that boat. And I said, is it the same side? He said, it's the only thing we haven't fixed yet. So that was like the one part of the whole boat that hadn't been replaced, and the boys got it all done in 2 weeks. Tyler Crockett redid the motor. Pretty impressive.
Now, was that the first who's the oil sponsor for that Brit's had?
RevX.
Yeah, RevX. Was
oil.
that the first boat sponsored by RevX with Brit?
Yes. Yeah, RevX came on. When Brit had that boat right out of the gate in 13, I believe.
We got a start coming towards us in bracket 400.
All right, so
we're going to have to describe it because our screen is black right now.
Still yellow.
It's still yellow. Saris is in lane 1. Here comes Hartman XINSURANCE on the outside, coming up in their green and gray
green
Phantom.
Green flag.
Yeah, clean.
And here we go.
Who's coming up in the backside there?
That's the fountain.
That's Naughty Beach.
Yeah, out of
No, on the back, that's Shocker.
trying to catch up with the pack.
Oh, yeah. But Saris and Naughty Beach.
Framed out front.
Yeah.
Looking good, boys.
amazing shot from the XINSURANCE Helicam.
Don't count out Simmons. I mean, that's a good boat for these conditions.
Those two boats, and they turn.
Yes.
The Saris boat and the Simmons boat, those boats turn. For bigger boats, they get it. And it's going to be interesting to see, too, with Mike and John in there in the framed boat. That boat can turn, too, so let's see what happens out here. Everybody looking nice and flat and level.
And Hartman's right there in the outer lane.
Yep.
Oh, that's the UK boat that is a little farther back, the all-white one, and that only has a 525 in it.
I think it's a 565, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a 32 Phantom, and I believe they put a 565 in it.
All right, looking back
now
at
we're the bracket 500 boats, and marker 1 is trying to get the jump on Rum Runners.
They're out there.
Let's see if they can hold off Fran. But here we are talking about the way these boats turn, going out
Simmons
to
getting
turn
on
1
that.
and 2. And
Almost like you called for that.
I'm pretty sure the new driver, Jake, is Jim's stepson.
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yep, great kid. He's helped out a lot crewing and stuff with when he had this stock V boat and this one, and great to see him out there.
Bided his time, worked hard.
Yes, he did.
Earned it. And here's the two, the 30 Phantom and the 32 Phantom. The 30 Phantom is in the lead, the green and gray. But let's see where the bright red Coyote. It's not a Coyote. It's the bright yellow.
Seeing those.
It's a power play hull. It's Cobra.
Cobra. It was a Cobra before it became power play.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Watching our bracket class 400 boats coming back into the harbor.
And this boat, the Simmons boat, was a factory 2 boat. Still has 500s.
Yep.
Twisted Sticks.
And Twisted Chicks, I believe, was the 26-footer that they had too.
Yeah, that was a little. But the Sarises are out front.
Saris Racing and Team Naughty Rum in second. Simmons Marine in third. Good shot of the Simmons Marine team coming by the Harbor Hotels here in Key West at the 44th Annual Race World Offshore World Championships.
Like to see that harbor turn with Saris and frame guys going through there. They only got a couple seconds between them.
Race is on in bracket class 400 and 500 before the Harbor intermission, and the national class is coming out later on. There's your bracket class 500 boats turning at 2 and heading back into the harbor.
There's the local boys. But it looks like Fran and Tom got out front in Rum Runners. Here comes the leaders in bracket 500, and it is Rum Runners. And the Winoskis are right there in second. And Agora Day Spa's third. Back in action fourth. Tough Noogies fifth. The Marauders Fuel 1 team sixth. Sweat Equity in seventh. And Allen Roloffs is a scratch.
Goes the Zarelli Holmes team. Greg Dorenzo and
I guess Jackhammer opted not to run today.
Ryan
in the
Beckley.
C100.
Connor
Cat.
Toomey in that boat. Eric?
Yep.
Oh, is Connor running in that one?
Yeah, they switch in with Greg. They said they didn't know which day they were going to switch the wheel.
Yeah,
And he was going to get in there with them.
Cool.
If you look back towards the course on that shot, we'll describe that to you here a little bit later on as we watch the X-Insurance Hartman team heading out in Class 400 with the Speed Marine Power. There's Saris Racing.
And this,
Amazing legacy of bracket class racing and their iconic brand, Saris Racing Engines.
This 33 Cobra became the 33 Power Play that Dan Weinstein built. And God, that was a good B-class boat.
They were awesome. I had a 33 center console power play. Awesome boat.
I think Bob Teague ran a B-class boat down here to a world championship with one of the guys from the West Coast who had his motors in the boat, but they just destroyed the fleet in that thing.
It's just great watching it. Big old school,
Yeah,
racing like you'd see in the 80s.
Classic V-bottom.
Great watching these guys like that come out here and dominate.
And the engines are so cool with the stacked
Yeah.
intakes.
Yeah.
That's,
I think they're like 800s or something.
yeah, somewhere around there.
Watch the Saris team. Watch the Saris team come back into Key West Harbor. Now, in front of the fans at Fort Zachary Taylor. Good shot into the cockpit from the X-Insurance Helicam.
Yep, Vern's looking back to see where everybody is. He's the navigator.
Did get word on all injected in the first race okay from the red flag earlier. Boat 47, hand injury okay. So everybody, there's your report on what happened earlier. Good news, everybody.
Good to hear.
Yep, as well. So Saris continues to lead after lap number 2.
Shocker's making a march, though. They just got past
They're
Simmons.
up to third. Drink Naughty Rum still holding on to second. DrinkNaughty.com is where you can find out more about the 443s. Now sponsor, John Jennick and Michael Flamia. We look at our leaders coming through in 400.
And here's the Shocker. I think race 1 was really their first test of the boat.
I believe so.
And
He took second.
they're running it good. I mean,
They took fifth that first one.
Did it?
Or they broke out.
Okay.
they broke out and then wound up 5th in the standings. But on the screen, they were second. But talk about a learning curve.
Yeah.
Watching our boats in bracket class 500 at the lap count. Rum Runners was the leader, a 4-time world champion, 3-time national champion, and 2-time APBA Hall of Champions inductee.
Fran Velitato doing his best Mickey Rourke impression from The Wrestler.
Along with Tom Crowley.
Guys,
And off screen, they're coming through in first. Continuing the lead in 500.
And that Bronx Phantom's keeping it closer than the other day.
And the Agora Day Spot, too. Those superboats run real good in these messy waters.
Yeah.
Tough Noogies is trying to come up to 4th. That's a good race between them and Back in Action.
2 laps in.
Tell you, it wasn't much different on Wednesday with these 500 class, except besides the fact that Rum Runners was gone. Today they're keeping the Rum Runners a little bit closer, and that distance is all of, I'm going to say, what, guessing 13 seconds or so between first to sixth there?
Yeah, it's all tight. I mean, it's about 4 seconds between first and second there. Rob and Vinny, awesome team.
And the rest of the fleet, there's the rest of the fleet right there, the seventh and final boat, and they're maybe 40 seconds back. So any mistake now today, you're going to drop all the way back right now.
But we just saw a shot of Shocker making a move on Drink Naughty.
Yep, drinknaughty.com. They were pushing for second there, Eric.
It's like you guys said too.
Makes you wonder if there's going to be a potential breakout, because they're, you do have a speed limit.
You do, and just like you were saying, you got guys bouncing from boat to boat. That's got to be even tougher. Colson was just in a boat where he's doing 60 miles an hour. Now he's got to watch 85, or he's jumping into class 5 where you're going to do 70.
Yep.
That's got to mess with your head a little bit.
Yeah, and then there's just some tempering you kind of, and discipline.
Yes.
You need to be able to not just firewall them.
The frame team there having a hard time keeping that boat stuck to the water as they were going around turn number 1, now coming eastbound on the course. Again, wind continues to blow out of the east-southeast at about 9-10 miles an hour. Tide again is going to be outgoing the rest of the day, and it will pick up in speed as the day progresses. Now back into the harbor.
White flag lap for bracket 400.
Off screen, there they are on screen. Sarah's Racing continuing to lead.
Shockers up to second.
Shockers in second. And they were actually approaching 2 when they were bouncing. There's drinknaughtyrum.com in third. Jenik and Flamia.
Simmons getting a little light coming through
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. They've been, since the last lap they came through, they were flying coming through last time.
And trailing that group is XINSURANCE Hartman.
That used to be the Speed Marine Pro
Phantom.
Stock V.
Yep.
And then actually before that it was Steady Pumping, and it was my first Tugget back in the day.
Back to the boat that had the massive repair after Clearwater. It was on the bottom of the bay over there, and now it's back racing thanks to LSP Powerboats and Tyler Crockett engines. And the boat folks out at Whipple Superchargers too.
UK team there coming through 6th place.
Watch our overall leader, Saris Racing, heading back for the final lap of today, looking to make it 2 in a row here at the Key West World Championships.
It's very much a big deal to Johnny Saris to come down here and race and win with his dad.
Oh yeah. Jason, he's another one, probably what, 30 plus years of racing.
Oh yeah, that Two Conchs H2O Performance is his old styling boat.
That's right. Yep.
And that was a very competitive boat, only one of its kind, a 36 Spectre.
Yeah.
Let's see, Rum Runners.
Rum Runners is coming through
doing
the finish
Rum Runner
area.
things. One more lap to go for them.
Rum Runners in first.
The Winoski's Marker 1 Marine second.
Agora Day's running right with them there, though.
That's great seeing John and Eddie back out. Those guys, they just kind of show up and podium. You don't see them for a few years. They get in that thing and they know how to run it.
Tosnogi's a slight advantage over back in action now.
Back to Saris Racing as they come through for the final time today. In the lead all the way here in Key West. Back into the harbor to take the checkered flag. Zarelli Holmes team here today with Ryan Beckley, the longtime Key Wester, on the throttles. Sweat Equity Motorsports, Greg Dorenzo, Connor Toomey also on the boat.
28 Manta hull.
It used to be Lee Murray's boat here in Key West.
Did it always have outboards?
That I don't know.
Don't believe so. No. Don't remember Lee running outboards. That's not Lee's style.
I remember the Mantas having twin small blocks or something.
Yep.
You know, like
Yep.
Buicks.
And
Overhead.
here's Simmons trying to get up onto the podium if they can get past Drink Naughty.
Drink Naughty falling back from second. Punisher had gone by.
Both those boats have been light today. Both have trouble sitting on the water all day today. They're
It's a little bump out there.
And
We'll
here's
see
your winners.
Yep. Sarah's coming by off screen with another win here today for Johnny Jason Saris. Black Pearl will finish in second.
Chris Colson, Ray Evans.
And a battle for third here, guys. This will be an interesting one.
They got him though.
Yep.
Held him up. The Saudis held off Simmons.
Local team, Drink Naughty Rum. DrinkNaughty.com.
Ooh,
Framed
got on the
Offshore
limiter
team
there.
took third and Simmons fourth.
he was banging them limiters.
Yes, he was. That fountain's getting, the Phantoms was looking pretty flighty there today.
Team Hartman X Insurance will take fifth. And
Those guys have done a lot better. They were, you can tell these guys improving all year in the X Insurance
Yeah.
Phantom. They've, you could see the boat getting a little out of control in some of the northern races, and I mean, like today, they just got it set and flat, looking good. And it's,
Here comes our
just takes
overall
seat
leader.
time.
Yep, in bracket class 500, the Team Rum Runners team. We're going to see them come around. They've had a lot of success here in Key West. Ran a great race last year. Sponsored in part by Stevens Transport and Crane Services in Baltimore, Southernmost Point Bar, and Red Shoe Island Bistro and Key West Legal Rum Distillery. And here come some more boats across the start-finish line. We'll see Rum Runners here in a moment. EPS Team UK team through. And our winners will be coming across in
Of course, unofficially, but that Simmons Marine is still sitting second on the podium right now. Tell me how they know how to do it. They're up by 1 point on the Drink Naughty framed right now, overall standings. So 1 point. Again, this is unofficial. They check the breakout speeds and everything like that. Two conk with their breakout the other day changed everything around, and they're sitting 20 points back to those guys right now. So that's a big breakout the other day for them to try to breaking out today would definitely knock them
Look at
off.
this battle for second in bracket 500. Here comes Agora Despa on that 30 Superboat.
coming on.
And John Cohen the second is here.
He is. He's in the boat. I just saw him too. And Eddie, like I said, those guys have run together a long time. I think
Rum Runners just ahead of them takes the checkered flag, and here comes the battle for second in front of us.
I think the Winoski's got it.
That was close.
That was very close. It looked like Marker had the nose on him there just by a bit.
I would say, 3 or 4 feet. If, man.
Well, John the third is driving the Superboat. John the second is his dad, and he's in town.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's
correct.
the founder of Superboats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tough Noogies will take fourth
Yep.
unofficially. Again, these all unofficial. All these bracketed class boats have to turn in their data cards, and they get checked out. Look for breakouts above their bracketed speed. And a lot of times you see changes quite a bit, especially in these bracketed class boats. But for the day, a big win again for Saris Racing Engines here today. Second straight to win for them here in Key West this week with the 33 Cobra twin Saris Racing Engines. Johnny Saris, Jason Saris, and Vern French. And Rum Runners with another win, trying to rack up another world championship and another big week here in Key West back to back for them. Team Rum Runners with Fran Bellottato and Tom Crowley.
Yeah, and Tom Crowley, unfortunately, the Mod V boat that he drives, RNS, had to scratch.
Yeah, I heard they had some bottom issues with that one.
That's the only other bad boy hull in the fleet.
They've been doing really, really well. They got hooked up with Speed Marine and
Yep.
Tommy running the boat. He used to run Typhoon with Randy Schluss, and great team.
The Bulldog, Randy.
He's in town. But I think you might actually be seeing Tom and Fran what I understand, they purchased the old Typhoon Mod V, and at some point that's going to be coming back out. So
Oh.
it'd be cool to see them.
Yeah, because I was talking with Fran yesterday, and he said, people are telling me, when do you get a Mod V? He's like, I can't fit in the thing.
Well, he gets a haircut, he might be all right.
He's a big dude.
He's a big boy.
We're probably going to have a presenting of the checkered flags out at the Cigarette Hawk Pace Boat. I see Rum Runners and Saris Racing Engines coming up over there. Or maybe
That's what it's about, right?
Yep. Saris Racing Engines with us. We look at the crowd that has built here at the Outer Mole Race Village. Boats coming back in, and that'll conclude the first 3 races here, the morning races.
That 4 feet, if you're looking at it in that 500 class, that 4-foot difference there of marker 1 getting across a finish line ahead of Agora Day, that's a 20-point swing right there, pretty much. Because if not, they're tied at 181. Instead, it's a 191 to 171 going to the final day of action there. Woo. 4 feet of action. Again, you're going to have to go see on that pin exactly how it plays out, but that's a 20-point swing right there in itself.
That's Key West racing, baby.
That little bit.
I'm not trying to jinx anybody, but I do want to see if Shocker got a little overzealous and might have exceeded the speed limit.
Could have.
Because for them to start that far back and come up through that easily.
Yeah.
Well, if that happens, if they know they've gone over, there's a point that, hey, look, we broke it out. Let's see if we can pull anybody else along us. So we finish in front of them at least too. You start trying to pull boats if that does happen. And you see that. I know that's something that is in the back of their mind.
Sure.
Why not? Let's pull somebody else and break them out too.
Great shot here of the Outer Mole Vendor Village presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. The Race World Offshore World Championships, our official host hotel, the Keys Collection Hotels, Beachside Hotel and Residence, and Brightwile. And Championship Bourbon, the official bourbon of Race World Offshore. Special thanks to the International Hot Rod Association, IHRA, providing a $250,000 prize purse for the 98 boats here. 44th Annual World Championships, the biggest prize purse in the history of the World Championships. And tonight, it's the Friday Duval Street Party. The spectacle starts at 7. The boats line up and down Duval, 43 boats in all, and the Duval Street Party presented by Keystar Construction.
The best Friday night followed by the worst Saturday morning.
Yeah, but then you go out and get one of those hangover Band-Aids.
That's right. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah. A lot of action here this morning. Again, we're at intermission, so we'll take a break in the action. Kevin Smith, we want to thank you for coming. Have you back on Sunday to wrap this thing up. Enjoy your time in Key West with all your buds here in the offshore world.
Yes, sir. Really appreciate you guys having me. It's always a blast.
It's great having you on. So we're going to take a break here on 97.7 Sports Radio. Stay with the live stream. We'll see if we can get some action for you from the awards ceremony out on the Outer Mole area here. And we'll continue with our coverage here live and local on 97.7 Sports Radio in the Florida Keys. We'll be back with more action right after this.
All right, and welcome back here to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Products with Scott Porte at the helm leads the way. .com. We build performance into everything. Well, good morning. I guess it's still morning here. We're not quite to the noon hour yet. It's time for the halftime show here as we've got 4 more.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what XINSURANCE does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you know, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great. They help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them has been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
What I look for an insurance company is a company that can be partners with me and support when the unfortunate happens. Unfortunately, I did have a small incident last year. XINSURANCE got involved step by step, helped me how to get to it, pay the losses, make sure that I was secure, make sure that our equipment was correct, make sure that I was where I needed to be to go back to work. I didn't have to worry about nothing in my business because my insurance was handling the loss and it was right on top of the money. I can continue to worry about my business, worry about my staff, my family, and let the insurance do what they do best. As long as I stay in business, we will need insurance company.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day, we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors, such as XINSURANCE, has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us. And with that combination, we ended up getting dropped by our insurance company. And so we're out there in the market. Nobody would write us except for XINSURANCE. We managed to keep our doors open, and we came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
We knew that we could do better in our business, and a lot of our business problems were growing pains, and they were willing to take the time to learn our business with us and to listen to us. And we're very fortunate that XINSURANCE came through and give us the chance and willing to take the risk.
Without XINSURANCE, we probably wouldn't be here today.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
What's going on, everybody? It's Redbeard here, and we're at Key West 2025 Offshore Powerboat Racing World Championship. Come check this out.
You ready for the Key West races or what? Ready for it, man. Biggest race of the year.
Key West is totally different than any other race. There's no place like it on Earth. It's the end-all be-all in offshore racing.
My whole life I just wanted to be a rapper. Then I grew up and the boy became a rapper. And my older sister made me wear the golden rapper. She said, why die? Cause you know the hoes are trapping. Got my first page that was 1998. Sneaking talking to my girlfriend.
I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls gotta tell me I'm awesome.
Congratulations, man. Yeah. That's yeah, but how did, I mean, you like crushed it, huh? Now you don't like polka dot? Put a little rump in it? I get a tattoo. Yep. How'd the race go?
Good. Felt real good. Just stressful, nervous the whole time. You know, got some good sponsorships. I can call them all my family. Everybody showed up here. You know. I'll tell you what. The biggest person I got to give a lot of thanks to, and I do the most amount of bitching out of anybody. You know, she puts up with a lot of shit. I'll tell you, it is Pamela right here. That's a girl. And I should really be apologizing, but I got to give her a big thank you too, and I am sorry. But thank you so much for the help, really. See you guys soon. Thank you, everybody, for real.
How'd we do, boys?
Came in third, bud.
Came in third. Good race.
We're okay, though. We're okay with that. Proud to be on the podium here. 24th annual race for Offshore.
Right on.
you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business. It comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So it felt like when I found X Insurance, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. X Insurance saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
What's going on, everybody? It's Redbeard here, and we're at Key West 2025 Offshore Powerboat Racing World Championship. Come check this out.
You ready for the Key West races or what? Ready for it, man. It's the biggest race of the year.
Key West is totally different than any other race. There's no place like it on earth. It's the end-all be-all in offshore racing.
Yeah, it'd be great to not to have an incident-free day today.
Weather pretty much holding as it has most of the day. It's
course is open. It's got green.
The course is green and boats are out.
Yeah, the wind kind of switching around to the east as of the last hour, and a shade under 10 miles an hour as we got to the east-southeast at about 12. Back to the live stream with X Insurance Sports and our live coverage on 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Products Broadcast Center for 35 years. Been pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion. Scott Porte at Porte Products. We build performance into everything. Looking at our factory stock grid here as we get set to go racing on this Friday afternoon, second day of the 3-day Key West World Championships.
Lane 1, Say Less. The winners from Wednesday, Chad Rudisil and Rusty Williams in the 39 MTI. Lane 2, GC Racing. Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggeman in the 39 MTI. Lane 3, Alan Al, the 38, Doug Wright. Robert Lopiano, Alfred Amato sneaking up. Lane 4, LWR. And Joe Spaloric, Garrett Coonrod. 5, Montlick Injury Attorneys, Logan Adon, Giovanni Carpatella.
There should be a yellow.
6, Reese Langheim, Julian Maldonado. 7, Heritage Canados, Irvin Grant and Michelle Carcenti. And lane 8 is Good Boy Vodka GPS, Christian McCauley, Rob Lockyer. So what that tells me is we are going to see some guys making moves towards the front from the outside.
I imagine so, 100%. So getting ready for this factory stock race to get going, and they're lined up. We're about ready to start racing for second day of the 44th annual Key West World Championships. You're looking at your factory stock 500 grid.
And they're starting them deeper in the harbor so they can get them formed up and let them go earlier so they can work themselves out to a little bit of spacing by the time they get to the first turn.
Green flag, green flag.
So the race is on. Say Less at 1 on Friday. They're on the inside. GC Racing kind of getting pinched here, looking for some clean water. They're going to have to go through some spray. Nope, everybody's spreading out, making way for them.
Yeah, LWR, I think, is hanging back, letting the championship contenders kind of. And Alan Al just fell way back all of a sudden.
So Montlig with the nose out front.
Say Less is hanging right with him, though.
Heritage on the outside.
Good Boy Vodka's right out there, too. So you got 3 Doug Wrights and 1 MTI out to the early lead. And you know Giovanni couldn't have been happy with the way things went after dominating most of that race on Wednesday. So
Logan Adon co-piloting with Giovanni.
And the purple and blue. Is that purple or blue? Purple and green, blue and green.
It's
got
indigo. We're going to go with indigo.
So Say Less on the inside. They move to the outside leg. Turned at the wall. Now heading towards Fort Zachary Taylor. East wind just under 10. Outgoing tide. It's gonna run harder as the day progresses. Keep an eye on that. Boats stick into the water pretty well here.
Yep, 39 feet, 38 feet, so they should have enough length to span it better. But they've also got those wide tunnels.
Yep,
So
pack a lot of air down those, compress a lot of air out down those 72-inch tunnels.
you don't want to catch a wave the wrong way going into a turn and hook a sponson or anything. So
there's your leaders.
Looks like Jackhammer might be trying to move up there in the middle in all the chaos, but right now, it's Say Less is out front, coming towards us. Lap 1 of 7 on the 4.4-mile course.
Here come your leaders in factory stock. Looks like Say Less and Montlick both having a good run here this afternoon. Cross the start-finish line. Here are the World Championship races. It's Say Less again.
Montlick second.
Jackhammer
third.
Heritage fourth.
Yep.
Good Boy fifth. In the back, GC 6, LWR 7.
And Alan Al is 8th. So that's not where I would have thought GC would be at the end of lap 1, but you never know.
Yeah, they've been kind of sitting back this week. Even on Wednesday, they weren't pushing as fast as we've seen before.
Watching the boats come out of the hairpin turn. We'll get you a split between Say Less and Montlick.
It's not much because Logan just made up a lot of time with that turn. The kid can drive a boat.
top 5 grid, all within at least 6-7 seconds. And just a 2.5-second lead for Salas heading back out to compete in lap number 2 of the 7-lap event.
Say Less purchased this year. Sponsored by, is it Rosebach Freight? I believe is the name. We'll check it when it comes by. But Chad Rudisil is he's from Louisiana, but I'm guessing he boats on the Ozarks because of the alignment with Rusty.
So watch these boats as they come out to the more than 90-degree turn, 3-pin turn at 1, and move eastbound. See how the waves are affecting them. Salas continues to look strong. They make that turn. Montlick in chase.
And Jackhammer chasing Montlick.
From the X Insurance Helicam.
So an MTI, a Doug Wright, and a Valor hull. They're your top 3. And I wonder if and I bet the first 2 boats are running the 450 gear cases, but Jackhammer's running the 500 gear cases.
A lot of teams carrying over their propellers from the years past, the bigger gear cases of the 500, the bigger shafts, so you have to reprop. Most of these teams are just using the 450 gear case as we look at.
Oh, here comes Montlick making that inside move they like to make.
He hung that pin
See if
tight.
they can make it stick.
Great shot coming back into the harbor. Boats handling the water well. No problems with the wind against the tide there.
People along the seawall are getting a heck of a show here.
No change as they come back in. Salas with the lead. Montlick in second.
Montlick right on him, though.
Oh, man. That's
Jackhammer right behind there, too, right on him.
3-minute, 3-second lap, 91.6.
There's GC making the move.
Yep, GC is up to 4th.
91.6 mile per hour.
LWR making a move up to 5th.
That's 2 days in a row we've seen them do well. Just kind of sit back and find it.
Sorry.
So Montlick going to make this turn interesting in the harbor.
And the one that we did not see.
They nose ahead, and they got the shorter way already. Took the inside lane, guys. Watch them as they come back out of the harbor. So a 91.6 mile per hour average. Montlick looks to have taken the lead in the Key West turn and comes back out ahead of Salas. Great driving by Logan Adon, and they've turned the tables on Salas, now in the lead by 2 seconds. Montlick Injury Attorneys takes the lead, lap number 2. Salas in second, Jackhammer in third.
GC Racing coming up in 4th. Let's see if they can catch up to Jackhammer and present a challenge for the podium for the day.
Montlick Injury Attorneys, the 38 Doug Wright hull. Doug Wright getting into building Class 1 boats next year. Gary Stray helping to lead that effort.
Not a bad guy to have.
Not at all.
Well, but look at Say Less. They're not going to just make it easy for them.
They're hanging there. You win these races in the turns. Entry speed, exit speed, key to everything. Montlick getting that turn in the harbor with precision. Leading Salas here.
Now, you do tend to lose a little time crossing back and forth over the wakes the way Salas is right now. But Montlick's going to try to hold a tight line and not give him even the idea of trying to get inside him.
Spec class racing at its best right here. Factory stock. Montlick looks to have distanced slightly. We'll get a split for you when they come back into the harbor. Still close, though, after a great finish on Wednesday. Salas lost the lead, but they're holding a close second. Chad Rutzel and Rusty Williams. So watch them dig in on the turn. Montlick, pretty good lead there, and shortening the the gap between second and third, Jackhammer.
Reese Langheim, Julian Maldonado.
And there's a battle, the battle 2 for 4th.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Get you a speed here as Motley comes through. Continuing to run laps at about 3 minutes, 3 seconds.
LWR, quiet. Once again, having a good little race there.
Yeah, I had Montlick at about a 3-second interval.
3 seconds ahead of Sayles.
Yep.
Jackhammer in third. Al after their podium finish on Wednesday.
Just moved past Good Boy Vodka for 7th, putting Good Boy back to 8th. And Heritage Canados is having a problem because they've been off the pace. They might be dealing with Guardian because they're just coming by now.
Had a rough day on Wednesday. Out on lap number 3 of 7.
Now, if you're Montlick, after leading the whole day on Wednesday and then whatever happened on the last lap, do you take a different approach today maybe and kind of slow down a little bit? Or
just you have to kind of get a feel for how the boat is running.
Right.
5.5 second lead now for Montlick heading back out on the outside leg. Looking at Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggerman of Grant Signature Racing and the MTI team 32 GC Racing. Back to your leader, Montlick injury attorneys. Look back at the Good Boy Vodka Go GPS team.
GC Racing back out, and GC Racing will be back out for Class 1 in another MTI.
There's Heritage Canados, your reigning world champion. Their fortunes fell short. A lot of engine troubles on Wednesday, and they're back in the pack again today as we watch our leaders come back through around Fort Zachary Taylor. Watch for little holes in that area. The outgoing tide, get the up current coming off the bottom. There's a lot of changes in depth in that area. It's where you get those holes that you got to navigate and stay connected to the water. And Montlick Injury Attorneys with a solid run here. Remember, they finished first overall last year, but suffered a slingshot start penalty that knocked them out of the World Championship last year here in Key West.
Right. And that's something that Giovanni's used to doing overseas. It's legal over there, so.
Yeah, over there, as we see Montlick come through.
Pulling away there a bit now for sure.
Sayles in chase.
Now GC up to third.
Sayles almost 7 seconds off the pace of the leader.
Jackhammer holding 4th. LWR still 5th.
Check that interval again as they come out of the turn in Key West Harbor. That's where they took the lead on that 180-degree turn, 3 pins in Key West Harbor. You got to get it right. And Logan Adon did.
Yeah, I remember when Gary Ballou got in the boat with him for a race last year. I think it was Maryland.
Yeah, Ocean City.
Ocean City, and he told me afterwards, God, that kid can drive. And that's what everyone says about him.
GC Racing closing the gap on Sayles here. Sayles lost a second in the turn, and GC looks to be making up distance on them, heading out to 1. That's a race to watch right there, battle for second.
Yeah, and that's a big one because GC, I don't think, was on the podium on Wednesday, were they?
GC was, yeah. They finished second.
Oh, they did finish second.
CG Racing? Yeah,
GC Racing,
GC,
yeah.
I'm sorry, yes, yeah.
Yeah, they're making the pass right now. If we can keep the camera on this, they're going to try to take them into the turn in turn 1. on lap 4 of 7. Let's see if GC gets back up into second place.
Back, look at our international entry. Al, Roberto Lopiano, and Alfredo Amado.
They were on the podium last time, too. Al and
They
Al
sure
finished
were.
third,
Yep.
if you
Yeah.
remember, because
Yep.
the breakdowns and the trouble they had with Jack Hammer and Montlick allowed Al, and GC to move up higher to second and third last time.
There's Rudsell and Rusty Williams. Tunnel tabs are used in this class. These are tabs at the stern side of the tunnel, which helps compress more air down, lift the stern of the boat. You can use them in the straightaways to gain a little extra speed.
It basically lengthens the deck between the sponsons, and that gives you surface area to generate the lift that Todd was talking about.
Here comes our number 2 and 3 boats. There's your leader, Motley Injury Attorneys, coming back in off lap number 5.
And GC making the inside move on Say Less.
The biggest fans right now, Montlick is a huge fan of GC racing right now because, again, either one of them, really, he'd like to see somebody like Jack Hammer make a move from the back there and start changing the top of the standings up big time.
And Motley just came through again, a 3-minute, 3-second lap, 91.9 miles an hour unofficially on the average speed. GC Racing and Salas battling it out for second.
Jack Hammer fourth still.
2 laps left to go. But we'll watch that race for second here in the harbor. Good shot there. You see Motley leading the way and the 2 boats battling. Coming around now to the apex of the turn. So Jackhammer third. Or fourth, excuse me, correct? Is that right?
Jackhammer is fourth.
Jackhammer's
Yeah,
fourth.
fourth.
Yeah.
And
LWR is fifth.
Right.
Good Boy Vodka.
That's the Heritage coming in 8th right there, but maybe he can make a move on the Vodka that's having trouble as they come across the finish line. There's our GC again.
GC.
Making the move. Montlick's down. GC just moved to the lead.
down again.
Montlick, you see it right there on the live feed.
Oh,
Montlick is down. Say Less is going to go around him, so is GC. Huge disappointment.
GC got around Say Less coming out of the harbor turn, and Motley having some issues, and looks like they're getting back up. Might have had a Guardian issue pop up.
Wow, what a disappointment there for them. 2 great days of racing for them, and just Guardian issues has got to be, he's going to be nightmares about that for the rest of the season right now.
That was a great lap for GC. Motley, nope, back down again. Sometimes you have to completely shut down.
Yeah, you have to turn off the ignition, let it reset, and then turn it back on. You can't just do the quick blip of the throttle.
Yep, sometimes even the batteries need to go off.
Looks like they're back up now, but they're last.
No, and you got Heritage behind them, and so the Good Boy Vodka that are coming around the.
Oh, okay.
And Heritage has made the move on Good Boy Vodka at the very back of the pack.
I didn't say anything.
But yeah, that does knock them all the way down currently. That'd be about 6th place right now. Because Good Boy Vodka is sitting 8th, Heritage 7th, and then Montlick is 6th right now.
There is your leader, GC Racing. Willie and Grant. In the lead here in factory stock, Salas and Chase.
And even though these are both MTI hulls, there are no team orders like they have in Formula One. They're both going to race for the win.
GC Racing, 39 MTI, Mercury Racing 500R engines. 1 lap left to go. They're in the lead. Salas running in second.
That's going to leave them tied at the top of the podium going into the final day if it holds like this.
Yep.
7 seconds off the pace of the leader. Here comes Jackhammer out of Manatee Marine, running in third now, and the the 44 LWR
up to 4th.
And I'll tell you what, LWR at this moment is on the podium right now for the World Championships because of pair of 4th places. Quietly just doing their thing.
Rookies. First race together. Alan Al's 5th.
So we get a shot here of Michel Carcente and Irvin Grant, Heritage Canalo's team. We see Motley coming in under power. A Liquid Molly sponsored boat.
So that
he's turning in.
He's turning
wow.
in.
So
That's
turning
disappointing.
in.
Out.
All right, as we watch GC Racing check out.
Say Less is staying with them there. If you're just off screen behind him there, Say Less is just off that rooster.
Heading out for the last lap of the day. They were 7 seconds ahead coming into the harbor, and after the turn, Say Less has cut it down to 5. It's a lot of ground to make up. We watch.
So Heritage is now 6th.
Yeah. Like I said, Good Boy on the turn 3 in the last lap. Good Boy had troubles getting out of that turn, and Heritage passed him then.
And we had a glimpse of the Good Boy Vodka Doug Wright Catamaran, Go GPS with Christian McCauley and Rob Lockyer. Come by the fans here as we look at your leader heading around the outside of the course, handling the water well. And that outgoing tide into that easterly wind now under 10. GC Racing, Marine Technologies Factory Race Team. Milton Calafell, the crew chief.
And Willie already has a
checkered flag is
World
there.
Championship, right?
2 years ago, with John Torrenti.
With Sean,
Yep. And here they come for the final time around. Turn 2.
Ooh.
Flew it a little. Settled it down.
That got a little exciting there.
Ritzel makes up a little bit of gain because they stayed stuck to the water.
But they just flew right after you said that.
Did they?
Yeah, I watched them fly a little. But the thing that Willie talks about when you talk with him all the time is it's the team that they've put together. It's not just the boat. It's not just one person. It's
really wide turn for GC on that last one
yeah,
there.
And Say Less is
right on him. Right on him. It's
coming.
going to be close.
May have to get Grant to push it a little harder.
I don't think there's enough course left for them to make that run, but Say Less did not pull off ever this race.
Say Less with another great day of racing here in Key West. Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggeman with the win in Factory Stock 500 here today. Say Less Racing finishes second behind GC Racing. Say Less MF, Chad Rutzel and Rusty Williams in the 39 MTI. At the top, at the top of the podium. Then the Valor.
The Valor, 4th. A rather unlikely Doug Wright to be the first one is the rookies, LWR, but good for them. Lake Wiley Racing, 4th place in the former Hank Saloon. So maybe they still got a little good mojo from Key West rubbing off on the boat. Alan Al snuck back up to 5th.
Big day for Marine Technologies. At the top of the podium.
Yeah, they're tied at 204 points each right there between Say Less and GC Racing heading into the final day on Sunday.
So Willie and Grant, they gave it a little bit of a ride, but pulled back a bit on that last lap, turned that lap at 3 minutes 5 seconds. Average speed unofficially at 91 miles an hour.
And by my count right now, the 3rd place in going into Sunday right now on the podium is your Alan Al has a 1-point lead on the LWR right now heading into that final day.
Well, I don't think going into this race we would have thought the team that Giovanni Carpatella helped bring from XCAT over here was going to beat him on the podium. But they've been snake bit. The 2 top teams from last year, Heritage Canados and as we see the Good Boy Vodka team come through, and Montlick both have been snake bit here in Key West this week. And Christian McCauley, Rob Lockyer. Rob Lockyer is going to be campaigning one of the new 40-foot platinum powerboats next year, a catamaran built and designed by Scott Grants and
Edwin Shear.
Yep, Edwin Shear, partners in this new endeavor, and already sold a bunch of
Pleasure boats.
Pleasure
yeah.
boats, but the first race boat expected to race next year with Rob Lockyer.
And going digging further into the standings right now, Jackhammer is just 7 points back of LWR, 8 back of Allen Owl. So they are within striking distance of that third place on the podium there. So don't count Jackhammer out at all yet. That third place puts them right back into position.
Well, if anybody has the experience of how to get through a world champion week in this class, you got to look at Grant with all his experience with the gentleman from New Zealand.
Yeah, Wayne Valder.
Wayne Valder,
yeah, the Pro
and,
Floors team.
And then the Steel team before that. And he's a savvy guy, so we'll just have to see how things play out on Sunday, but it's going to be interesting for sure.
You know, to say that, Montlick, if they can get things right, they're only 40 points out of Allen Owl.
For the podium.
For the podium for the World Championships. So they could find that third place still. If they come out and win, double point day, Allen Owl and a couple of those teams drop down. If they go out and win and have GC and Say Less pull them into, first, second, third like that, then all of a sudden they're making a push there to see how everything's played. Obviously, they need a lot of help, but Montlick's not done for the podium this year. They still have an outside shot. They've proven they can run really well. There's no reason they can't come out and win on Sunday and get everything right and really make this an interesting finish here. Same with Jackhammer. Jackhammer makes a run up there. Montlick, this could be a really interesting World Championship finish come Sunday. Nothing's settled yet at all in this. Especially because the top two boats are tied right now. Nothing at all. We have a wide open bracket there, and the factory stock like it should be.
Yeah, no doubt. So as always, Joey will be working up the points for us throughout the weekend. We got a lot more racing to come here this afternoon.
Yeah, what's the first tiebreaker? Is it speed or time, or is it distance covered?
Distance traveled.
Okay.
Distance traveled is your first one, so that's why the laps, and you see those guys, even if they're on Guardian mode, they're going to keep trying to get as many laps as possible because that's the first tiebreaker. Second tiebreaker is your speed, your total time. Because obviously, if you haven't gone the full laps, you don't have a full count of total times. You can't really count that all the way.
Live coverage of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships. Glad to have you on board with us as we broadcast live here locally in the Keys on 97.7 Sports Radio and also at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channels, produced by our XINSURANCE Sports. And you can watch along on their media platforms as well. Supercat Racing coming up next here this afternoon, with the Extreme teams going to be racing as well.
Yeah, the Supercat. Let's see if Great L can get back in the mix by having a good run today. It'll be interesting to see if they've got something for Dirty Money, because that was a show that Dirty Money put on Wednesday.
Yeah, they said they ran that boat as fast as it has gone here in Key West, and Bill Pyburn said he had to hold it back. Actually, it really wanted to keep going, and he was out to a pretty substantial lead. Of course, the boat that the boat that really challenged them during the year had trouble early. That was Graydell.
Yeah, Graydell had some structural damage in an incident with Roland Transport in the first turn. Fuel tank had to be repaired. The hull had to be repaired. New engine had to go in. And ever the nice guy, Chris Grant, said, it happens. And wasn't mad at anybody. Just said, oh, we'll get it done and we'll get it ready and we'll give it our best shot on Friday. So, and Vinny Diorio was equally the sportsman, and no one's trying to hit each other. That's not how these boats do well.
Well, I imagine they're going to push these boats out pretty quickly. There'll be a helicopter refueling, which is coming up in between the this race and the Pro Class 1 race. again, a pretty warm day here. As there's a lot of high clouds, but sun is still shining through, and temperatures in the low 80s. The wind continues to, blow out of the east at about 7-8 miles an hour. It's expected to come down throughout the day. Still have an outgoing tide, and the weather is supposed to be light winds throughout the weekend. And by Sunday, what you don't normally get here in Key West during the month of November, you're going to have 2 consecutive days where the winds are under 10 miles an hour. So Sunday is actually wind forecast to be less than 5. It could be a fast race on Sunday.
A hot one too.
It'll be warm.
For the guys in the boats though, and the girls.
For sure, man. Yeah, 100%. Yep. So we're waiting for the Super Cat boats to pop out.
Yeah, they are. Some of them are out. I just saw the Wicked boat out, and they're starting to get them off the wall. And you'll see more, because here comes the Dirty Money support boat, the big center console with the Dirty Money flag on the back. So that tells me the teams are coming out and getting ready to go to do battle. And they will run, unless something changed. I'm going to just check from the photo that I took of the lap counts this morning, because we had 8, and for Friday, Super Cat is now 7, Extreme is 7, Pro Class 1 is 7, Super V is 5, and Super Stock is 6.
Extreme boats will also be running here, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
And we have 2 here. One that raced many of the races on the series this year, including a couple of races with RWO, and that's the American Custom Marine Team.
The 42-foot fountain originally flew the colors of Sheds Plus, and one of the few fountains you'll see with Arneson drives, but it's Mercury, is it 1350s or 1550s?
1350s.
1350s.
Yep.
But I think it's that switchable. You can go 1350 or 1550. And Mike Knobloch and Jeff McCann, both from St. Clair, Michigan, in that boat. And Sheikh Hassan bin Al Thani driving the Spirit of Qatar, a 54 MTI with throttleman Steve Curtis, who splits time between the United Kingdom and Stuart, Florida. Want to go ahead and set the lanes for Super Cat?
Yeah.
Lane 1, they drew cards this morning. So lane 1 is Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims. Christian McCauley driving, Anthony Smith on the throttles. Lane 2, Dirty Money, Britt Lilly, Bill Byburn, 388 Skater. Lane 3, Wicked, Jackson Chase Muller in the 40 Motion. Lane 4, Roland Transport, the 39 Outer Limits with driver Sean Connor and Vinny Diorio. Lane 5, EW Racing, the 36 Skater, Kelly Crace and Ron Gibbs, both from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Lane 6, CR Racing Southeast Service, Rob Understall, Casey Boaz, and that 388 Skater. And all the way to the outside, at least they'll have clean water on one side of them, Grade L, 388 Skater, 750 HRE engines, Chris Grant and Jay Muller.
The Spirit of Qatar boat really ran well. It's a reuniting with Steve Curtis and Sheikh Hassan Jabor bin Al Thani. They raced Spirit of Qatar, not only with Class 1, but they brought it over here stateside, put together an impressive high-speed run in Lake of the Ozarks in the one mile course. Set that record there. The same boat that Daryl Cuddle of IHRA teamed up with Steve in this past year's Lake of the Ozarks shootout and set the record for the 3/4 mile.
2:42.
Yep, 2:42. Impressive.
Here we go.
Impressive effort. Looks like our
bringing them out of the harbor.
Super Cat boats are gathering up and getting ready to start here.
Rooster tails are up. Pace boat is supposed to run them to 50 miles an hour. When the referee thinks he's got a good lineup, they're throwing it, and it looks like they're gone.
Super Cat Racing is underway. Dirty Money charges to the middle. Hancock Claims is inside. Dirty Money setting the pace early and is moving off the screen. The rest of the fleet in chase, and Hancock the closest boat. Bill Pyburn said the boat topped at 135 miles an hour on the outbound leg and coming back into the harbor. A couple of times it touched 110 coming across the eastbound leg outside, 1 to 2. I think it's settled in pretty nicely now. You'll still have to watch out for that outgoing tide here with that eastbound wind, which is under 10 right now. Great L to the left of the screen, Rolling Transport in the center, CR Racing just behind. Wicked on the inside. There's Dirty Money and Farnsworth. Hancock Claims.
Whoa, someone gets one over.
Yeah.
Roland Transport.
Oh yeah,
I think.
definitely. You see him. You see that big splash.
Roland, I think. Well, I'm not doing
No,
that.
it's
it was a catamaran.
Well, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Red flag is up. We have a Super Cat that has rolled over.
Was it you? I think.
It appears. I mean,
I want to see it before I say anything.
So that looks like Great Dell on the outside.
Yes.
Great Dell, Dirty Money. These appear to be.
They're all slowing.
They appear to be skaters.
Yeah, when they come by, the one that's not here will know who it is. But we got a red flag.
You might be right, Eric. I think you had it.
I didn't want it.
But I mean,
yeah.
good call. Is all I'm saying. Give you
Yeah.
credit on that. You saw it. Good call.
Well, it just peripheral stuff. You see boats, their attitude gets weird, and they're flying them so high. They're flying them so just to try to get the speed up.
Listen, I will tell you again. You think it's a calm course out there. You get the wind against the tide coming into Key West Harbor, and you're not going to see every wave. You've got to be careful. That's Farnsworth in the middle. Dirty Money to the outside. Great Dell.
CR right behind them.
Yeah. Here we go. Watch the replay. Try and reset that for you, folks.
Yeah, it's definitely the Rolling Transport's the one that didn't come through.
So they're out there. Here
Yeah,
we
you
go.
see him spin.
Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely see the spin there, and he just.
And we'll get a shot in a moment of that. SSR Rescue is getting their hands full this week. See if we can catch a quick glimpse of it. They go up on their side, yeah.
And then spin back.
Yeah, over and upside down.
They just climbed someone's rooster by the looks of it. On one side, one sponsor went up.
So the Outer Limits team, Rolling Transport. We'll get an update to you as soon as possible from race control. Second red flag of today. It's our fourth. This is our fifth red flag of the 2 days.
The 2 days,
Yeah.
I think it's five.
Five.
Yeah, well, yeah, because, we had Mead family, Drink Kilo, and did we have one?
We'll watch this again. You can see go up on his side. It's Rolling Transport.
Yep. He flips right over. Goes up to the side over, then spins backwards. Yeah.
And ends up on the deck, upside down. Again, the typical situation. It's a wave with a hole that you weren't anticipating.
Yep.
Time and time again, there were people. I mean, you don't have to go far offshore to get into confused water here in Key West. And that outside leg, especially when you get wind against the tide, it stands those waves up.
Then you're mid-pack, mid-lane, so you don't know what roosters you're in. You don't know what wash you're in. Yeah, you got to dance delicately through that stuff. Just because it's not blowing a gale, and rolling 6-footers, it doesn't mean it's not tricky water, especially at 120 miles an hour or whatever speed. That kind of escalates things pretty quick.
So we wait for word of rescue crew on the scene. Spirit of Qatar, Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis, all along with American Custom Marine, top of the screen. 54-foot Marine Technologies hull with Mercury Racing 1350s.
Impressive looking boat.
Best we've seen it run in its life.
Yeah.
They had it together. It's a good pairing there with Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis.
You remember the whole team they had. I mean, Billy Moore throttled the Super Cat for them, the MTI.
Yep. Bobby Adams worked with the team.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, red flag is they're getting rolling transport taken care of out there.
That first turn has been where most of the incidents have happened, too. If you think about it, most of our red flags have happened right there at that first turn so far this year. 4 of the 5, if I'm not correct on that.
Well, it's still, well, no, because Meade family was at
I guess
turn 2 and
right, so
coming
3
in.
of the 5 have been out there, excuse me, 3 of the 5.
But the thing is it's the first turn of the first lap, so you still
And
have
what-
everyone most
and
closely
all
grouped.
Those three that happened out there all happened on that very first turn of the first lap. If you think about it, all 3 red flags happened at that very first time. All those boats went out there. The 14 boats yesterday went out during the super stock, and we had that red flag, and then twice today on that very first lap there. So
Yeah, so it's the most number of boats going into the turn together. The water's going to be the most confused beyond what it already is.
and
with
it's already choppy out
what
there.
Todd's described. Yeah,
when the Atlantic meets the Gulf out there.
I just want to hear that Vinny and Sean are okay. More than anything else. Even with 98 boats, this is a still pretty small community, tight-knit community, so people get to know each other.
Oh, for sure.
They're coming back with 6 laps, guys. When they come back on this, 6 laps is the word that we're getting.
So 6 laps in super stock racing. Or, pardon me, Super Cat Racing, trying to gather information on the incident. Get some updates on Vinny and Sean.
I wasn't sure if one of them was just sitting in the catamaran that just came by up in the bow, but we'll wait to hear.
We have a rescue boat coming up to the pier right out here. Normally they run inside, but
Well, the rescue boat might be just putting divers there, so then the
it
divers
looks like
can
the
get
divers are getting back up there.
Yeah.
So that was not the.
They transferred the
Right.
They transferred the divers on that.
so the helicopter can land there
Right.
and pick them back up, because
pier.
I talked to the guys yesterday and they don't have the second set of divers at this event like they do at some.
We'll wait for official word.
Yeah.
We're waiting still here for any official word from these teams. The Roland Transport was the boat that went over, got up on its side, and then flipped over on the very first lap of the first turn there in the Super Cat class. I leave 6 boats still ready to be in the mole area, ready to come back out when the course is cleared here.
All right, I've got word from race control. The driver and throttleman gave thumbs up immediately to rescue. They were fine. They've already been brought out of the boat, and they're being transported right now. No injuries reported to Vinny Diorio and Sean Connor in rolling transport.
Best news you can get.
So always take a deep breath, and it's a testament to technology that these race teams have employed over the years. Safety capsules and fully enclosed with air inside the cockpits, the restraints, the safety hatches on the under the boat in the tunnel, so you can get yourself out and come right out on top. Always SSR safety deploys and puts Angel divers in the water, and a lot of times by the time they get there, the guys are popping out of the hatch, and
Yeah, I mean, the way
that
the
was
boats
the case.
are built with a deflecting angled bulkhead around the whole, cockpit area, so
Right.
it's not quite like breakaway like a drag boat capsule, but there's and the thing with these boats is these teams don't have the NASCAR budget where they can like go to the wind tunnel or put a boat into a wall purposely to see how it handles the only way they test the theories and the construction is when something like this happens. And we're glad to hear that they've gotten out. The advancements that have been made in the last few years, probably the last decade really, have been so good. There's some very sharp people building these boats and coming up with ways to make sure the guys do climb out it.
And Sean Steiner and J.R. Andrews' rescue crew, you not only do you have to pass technical inspection to get in the water, you got to pass safety inspection.
You got to pass safety inspection. You got to pass the dunker test.
That's right. So, but they're going through your boat, checking all of your equipment, checking your harnesses, making sure you got your air tanks filled. So it's a multi-step process. It's a multi-tiered process. Here on staff in Key West, Dr. Kelly Reed of Mount Sinai Medical Center, along with Dr. Michael Jansen, who comes into these races, along with 3 other world-class doctors. So we have 4, surgeons on staff,
and then the extraction techniques, they all develop them themselves. And the diving teams and the safety teams, they didn't have anyone to teach this stuff. They basically self-learned it. And now people come to them and say, okay, how do we do this? So we're definitely appreciative of their efforts.
Absolutely. And without them and, having the highest standards for safety and rescue being adhered to, it's what makes these racers safe and know that they have the protection of the SSR safety team in incidents like this.
And the other thing is that the RWO officials, Larry Blau, the president, he has to make a tough call sometimes. A team showed up in Michigan City with an older catamaran with the twin separate canopies. He said, "No, you're not. That's old technology. We can't let you race. It's not. We don't feel it's a safe design anymore."
And I mean the SSR team, they don't train to get something like that open,
Right.
And it's not. It doesn't meet the regulations, and safety's got to be adhered to strictly. Great job by the team, and good to hear Vinny and Sean are well after turning over on the eastbound leg between 1 and 2. So it's tricky.
And there's the EWB.
Keep in mind, although the wind continues to be under 10, the tide is outbound now, and it's going to pick up in the next hour or so. You had a full moon on Wednesday, so little spring tides. Some areas, especially in the upper Keys and up on the mainland, are going to experience king tides this weekend. We had king tides here in Key West a couple of months ago. Extremely high tides and low tides. Some of that coming with the full moon here. Always be wary of the waters here in Key West, especially coming out of the harbor. We have a red flag waiting the restart of Super Cat class here today. Live coverage of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships presented by Race World Offshore. The live stream brought to you by the new Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit. Maximum Inflation, the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. Your machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. Don't forget, tonight it's the Friday night street party, the Duval Street Party, presented by Keystar Construction. As the boats line Duval Street, 43 teams, big boats and the rigs will be out there to party with the fans. That gets underway at 7 o'clock today.
Yellow flag is up.
So they're going to circle around and pick the boats up. 6 laps for Super Cat and Extreme. I want to say a big shout out to Ken Wells and his team at Race Control. I knew Ken when he was just a kid. His dad, Ken Wells Sr., very good friend of mine. We spent so many times watching the races together, and he's doing a great job with his team at Race Control for Race World Offshore. Here's your super stock grid, getting back up on plane and getting ready to start for the second time after the red flag.
Well, now we're on 6 laps on the 4.4 mile course.
Running that way out in front there.
Running counterclockwise.
Trying to line these boats up. They
Great L's sitting just.
They've already put the green. They put the green flag up. Dirty Money got a great start the last time. Look at EWB hanging in there this time.
Dirty Money's rolling out again with CR and Great L.
Now Dirty Money put speed on. CR's got speed with the Pee Wee Racing engines. That's Great L on the outside out of Toronto, Canada. Dirty Money to the lead, heading out towards turn number 1.
I did see CR change the motor Wednesday night.
6 laps. Heading out to turn number 1. It's a more than 90-degree 3-pin turn. Dirty Money with the lead. Great Dell in second. CR in third. A lot of racing still to go. Great Dell, Jay Muller, and Chris Grant up in the middle and moving ahead of them.
Yeah, they're trying to get they're trying to shorten their course right now because they were the farthest most outside lane.
You could just tell as they get out there and get around the lee of the island, how the boats are being affected by it. So the wind now, they're riding right into the sea, maybe even a quartering sea. It was out of the southeast earlier. And again, the tide is coming out, pushing against those waves.
So is the wind coming basically straight down their tunnel after they make the turn?
Right there, yeah, right there.
Okay.
You would think it was coming right down their tunnels.
Okay.
And now Dirty Money with a nice crisp turn by Britt Lilly. Bill Pyburn down on the throttles. He'll build the speed coming down the harbor to about 135 miles an hour. Great Dell in chase. Had a great national season out of Toronto, Canada, with Chris Grant and Jay Muller. Dirty Money has the early lead. After lap number 1, Dirty Money. Great Dell.
Hancock, EWB, and Wicked. See if we can get a split for Dirty Money coming out of the harbor.
Dirty Money, look at the way they've got that nose. Now look at that turn. They're keeping the throttles down. They'll trim the engines out and get back up to speed. Probably went down from about 130 to the low 90s. Now trim out and gain speed again. Rest of the boats in chase. Dirty Money in the lead. That's speed.
They've just got those Goodwin competition engines. Goodwin made its name in tractor pulling, and they know how to make torque.
We look at Spirit of Qatar, leading in the extreme class. American Custom Marine also in chase. Dirty Money, your overall leader. Great L running in second. CR Racing in third, or Team Farnsworth in there right behind CR. Yes.
Yep.
EWB next.
See if Anthony Smith and Christian McCauley can make a charge at CR here. That's the battle right now.
From the XINSURANCE Helicam, that's Dirty Money. making its way across the eastbound leg towards Fort Zachary Taylor. Keeping the boat stuck to the water. Bill said here on Wednesday, a couple of times he touched 112. The boat wanted to go faster, but he held it down. He had a substantial lead, and he was able to catch more speed in the harbor. She was running as well as she's run all year, and maybe in the 2 years they've campaigned this boat nationally with Goodwin competition engines. And back into the harbor. A textbook on how to run a 388 skater. Boat flying in the background. They kept it together.
I think that was Farnsworth.
We'll see. They're in the third. They're in the third. Whatever the third place boat is there.
Flying that thing again.
It was the fourth place boat. We'll check them when they come in. We'll get a speed on Dirty Money here. Lap at 2:51, 99 miles an hour. Bradell in second.
I got about 7.5 seconds for an interval.
There's CR Racing. And the boat that got out of shape.
Here's the Farnsworth. Should be here is the one that was out of shape there.
Yeah, here's Farnsworth. Still rolling.
They pulled it back together. Great job and recovery there for Team Farnsworth. EWB runs in third out of Lake Havasu.
Qatar still leading.
And Extreme.
Extreme. Boat looks good. And here's Wicked.
Watching Dirty Money navigate the turn with precision. That was actually CR Racing with a nice turn by Understall and Boaz.
Now here's Dirty Money picking it up going out of the... They're already almost out to turn one.
Yeah, they've definitely left Great L behind on that turn 3 there. They're navigating the turns with professionalism.
Yeah, and Chris Grant's no slouch on the wheel. So this team of Bill Piper and Britt Lilly has just clicked.
Well, their torque curve is pretty precise.
Mm-hmm.
Get into that turn, you can lose a lot of speed, as we see the outer limits had turned over on transport to just passed out of the screen. Watch your leader now tracking eastbound. Cautiously navigating the water there with the outgoing tide at the mouth of Key West Harbor. But as always, you watch that boat run flat.
Well, we've said it before. Bill Pyburn has more time in the 388 than any other throttleman.
Nose down. Dirty Money. American Custom Marine. Holding in.
42-foot fountain.
Yep. And running well. Jeff McCann, Michael Knobloch, St. Clair, Michigan. Here comes Dirty Money back through again. This will be lap number 6, pardon me. And Dirty Money, 2-minute 48-second lap, 99.86 average speed.
There's no doubt that he's opened up even more past Great L.
Oh. 15 seconds.
Look, CR is closing the gap on Great L himself.
CR just had a great turn in the harbor. Let's see where they come out of Key West Harbor at. There could be a battle for second now.
Undoubtedly.
Spirit of Qatar leading in the extreme class with Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis. There's Gradell with a...
EWB's getting close to Farnsworth.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle for fourth and the battle for second right now is where we're watching more than anything, because Dirty Money is just dialed in for the second straight day.
We're not on them right now on the camera. The acceleration they get coming out of the harbor is just mind-boggling.
So they'll touch 135 coming into the harbor, and they're building up right there right now as they head out of the harbor. That's Super Cat sizzle.
So we got 3 more laps to go. When Dirty Money comes by, it'll be 2. But they're just
Graydale
building.
is trying to chase him down there, but I just don't think they're going to have it.
Looking at the stern of Dirty Money. Bill Pyburn partners in this boat with Bo and Tiffany Renfro.
Tell you what's going to happen here too is the cutter is going to come around, and when he does, he's going to get into that second, third place race, and it's only going to open the gap for Dirty Money even more as they have to get past or around and work with the Qatar's wake and everything. So that's going to be a little bit benefit for Dirty Money having that big of a lead, and the cutter's coming at him big time in the back still.
When you first said cutter, I thought there was a Coast Guard cutter coming on the
Qatar
course
cutter?
somewhere.
Isn't that how you're supposed to say cutter?
Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar. Like the official U.S. State Department is Qatar. Actually, for folks that have been to race there, pronunciation is Qatar. There's the American Custom Marine. Back to Dirty Money as the fans take a look at them coming into the harbor from Fort Zachary Taylor. Another great vantage point to watch this race. There you see it in the background, Dirty Money. Again, the attitude of this boat, always flawless, perfect. Nose down, drives in the water, and here they cruise through. 2 laps to go. 249 on the lap. Again, 99 miles an hour average speed. Dirty Money into the turn. Graydell second. CR Racing third. CR trying to trace down Chris Grant.
21 seconds between first and second.
Now we'll see this going into the turn here. Turn 3 there. The 2 Super Cats and the 1 Extreme going under there together pretty much. It'll be interesting to see how they come out of that.
Yeah, maybe Qatar will slow a little just to let them have their race, or Qatar will go around the outside. The faster boats are supposed to go around the outside.
EWB definitely holding some speed. There we go see the turn on. He definitely looked like he's slow to allow them to sit in front for right now.
Yeah, because Graydell has pulled out a big lead over
CR Racing.
Over CR.
It was a closer a few minutes ago when they came by the finish line, start finish for sure.
Good look at the motion of Jackson Chase Muller. Yep. Sterling Power there. And watch Team Farnsworth make the turn. Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith. Back to the X-Insurance Helicam with Spirit of Qatar. Look for them to maybe jump back into powerboat racing next year, possibly put together a Pro Class 1 project. Race World Offshore and
Maybe.
International Hot Rod Association organizing, hopefully planning big things next year with the IHRI committing another $1 million to prize purses after giving $250,000 in purse money, the largest ever at a Key West World Championship this year.
Maybe Spirit of Qatar could be the first Doug Wright Class 1 boat. Steve Curtis and Gary Stray have a long history.
Yeah, Gary Stray with Pothole Heroes is helping develop those for Doug Wright power boats.
And that's Justin Wagner owns it now, right?
That's right, out of Lake of the Ozarks. Watch the American Custom Marine V-bottom and Dirty Money come by as well. Dirty Money.
Clean water.
Dirty Money just trying to hold on to the lead for the last lap. Pulled back a bit on the throttles on that lap, averaging 97.88 miles an hour. 1 lap to go for Dirty Money. Graydell passes off screen. Here's Dirty Money, the final time around the hairpin turn in Key West. Helicam back to the Spirit of Qatar.
He's sitting in between the Graydell and the CR Racing right now.
Yeah.
So that's going to make it interesting. It's almost a benefit for Graydell right now to have that buffer in a way for this last lap.
That's a big old buffer, too.
It is.
54 feet. That's just so much nose sticking out of the front of that, you know?
I'll tell you what, I think everybody said that boat was a duck. Steven Shake was making it run.
Tell you what, EWB is keeping a close eye on that Farnsworth boat there. That could be an interesting race till the 4th place there.
Yeah, Kelly Crace and Ron Gibbs out of Lake Havasu and T Custom Marine powered boat. Smaller skater, 36-foot skater.
See the Dirty Money now going around the American Custom Marine in the extreme there towards 1.
Down to the last lap here in Super Cat.
Yeah, that's
and
a
Extreme.
good race. EWB is right still on Farnsworth there going through that 3rd turn.
Always great to have the Muller family in Key West. Dad Jay is in the Great L team. Boys Jax and Chase in his old Motion with Sterling Power.
Still like the deck lines of that boat. Motion 40.
It's the rolling transport still. Those that see it in the middle, that's the one from earlier in the race.
And for the final time, we'll watch Dirty Money make the inbound turn.
That was a wide turn for him.
Yeah, that
that was a little bit of a lazy turn, man. Come on now. I guess you got nobody chasing you.
Nobody chasing you.
Okay, you tell Britt that, all right?
I will, actually.
I'll let you do that.
Maybe if that's the worst thing he did all day, which it seems like it, it's a pretty clean race.
I think Bill knew where they were, and here they are, Dirty Money. With another win here in Key West, back-to-back wins for the Super Cat World Champions. Turn laps at 97, 98, right at 100 miles an hour here today. Touch speeds topping 135 on the straightaways. American Custom Marine in second. Spirit of Qatar will come through in front of them.
Graydell
first.
It's their second in the Super Cat there and coming through.
Yep.
Graydell came through.
Just off camera on the
CR.
battle. Yeah,
Hey, CR finished a race and they finished on the podium, so.
They have a habit of doing that here
Good
in
for
Key
them.
West. Yep. Rob Understall, Casey Boaz.
And Casey, the owner of Herring Propellers out in Lake of the Ozarks. Yeah, they've just had a teething pain kind of year with the new engines program for the boat, and so glad to see them get that podium and just get the finish. It's no fun showing up for a race and you run 2 laps.
That's the truth, isn't it? Hancock Claims will take 4th off camera. But EWB could not chase them down.
T Custom Marine Power in EWB.
Dirty Money making their way to the center of the course.
I tell you what, guys, looking at point standings, Team Farnsworth is actually sitting second right now. Craziness of it all, because the way it played out, that CR having the trouble that they did on Wednesday, finishing 6th, and Graydell finishing 7th, both not being able to complete the laps. Them going 2nd, 3rd today really turns things its head. Like I said, Team Farnsworth is on the podium in 2nd place right now, overall points, and Graydell slides into 3rd right now, but they only have a 3-point lead on the CR Racing and 4-point lead on EWB Racing, just outside of the podium right now. So that's from 2nd and 3rd is still wide open in that class. Obviously, Dirty Money. It's Dirty Money's championship to lose at this point.
Well, the Muller team finishes up here today. Be back on Sunday for the race final. It's Dirty Money's World Championship in hand. They've still got 1 day of racing in front of them. Started off right where they began last year.
Yep.
Checker flag, checker flag, checker flag.
is a toss-up right now. It truly is, because you're looking at the teams.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what XINSURANCE does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. We're Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great. They help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them has been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
Family first. That's just the way I look at it. And the family, my friends and employees are the ones that helped me get to what we are today. We are first responder, emergency roadside, major incidents, recovery incidents with the Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and our family and employees goes into a risk every day. There's no way that we can run a towing company without insurance. What I look for an insurance company is a company that can be partners with me and support when the unfortunate happens. Unfortunately, I did have a small incident last year. XINSURANCE got involved step by step, helped me how to get to it, pay the losses, make sure that I was secure, make sure that our equipment was correct, make sure that I was where I needed to be to go back to work. I didn't have to worry about nothing in my business because my insurance was handling the loss and it was right on top of the money. I can continue to worry about my business, worry about my staff, my family, and let the insurance do what they do best. As long as I stay in business, we will need insurance company.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors, such as XINSURANCE, has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us. And with that combination, we ended up getting dropped by our insurance company. And so we're out there in the market. Nobody would write us except for XINSURANCE. We managed to keep our doors open, and we came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
We knew that we could do better in our business, and a lot of our business problems were growing pains, and they were willing to take the time to learn our business with us and to listen to us. And we're very fortunate that XINSURANCE came through and give us the chance and willing to take the risk.
Without XINSURANCE, we probably wouldn't be here today.
Here in Key West, breeze is pretty light, under 10, kind of going as was forecast. Switching around out of what was an east-southeast wind early in the day at about 12, 13, and now down under 10 out of the east. You have an outgoing tide currently, which I think is going to peak out at about 3:30, so you should see a little bit more speed to the tide as we get going.
We're waiting on 2 helicopters right now to get fueled back up. The fuel truck was a little bit late on its arrival, so they're waiting for 2 helicopters to get fueled back up, and the guys from Dirty Money just got out there to the milling area. They had to jump off their first boat and jump onto the Pro Class boat that they are racing here. So they are out there now actually and ready, and they were waiting for the last 2 helicopters to get up in the air.
About ready to get settled and get into an afternoon of racing. Let's talk about what's coming up with Pro Class 1. You have a world-class fleet of, 44 to 48-foot catamarans between Marine Technology, Skater, and Victory Hull boats with the Mercury QC 4V 4-valve engines, quad cam 4-valve engines, 1100 turbocharged engines.
Saw Stuart Halley, formerly of Mercury, but who was instrumental in bringing those motors into Pro Class 1 here,
Absolutely.
here this weekend. So
under his leadership and with great insight from Steve Curtis and business leadership from Azam Rangunwala, formerly of P1 Powerboats. So the Pro Class 1 Mercury Racing 1100 comp engines, the official engines of Pro Class 1. The engines are sealed mechanically, tamper-proof, and the RPM limit 6,700 horsepower, RPM, 6,700 RPM. The propulsion systems vary in this class. It's either shaft and rudder or the Mercury number 6s, and whether you go with shaft and rudder or Mercury 6s depends on your propeller selections. There is one boat that has the combo of the fixed Mercury number 6s with the skegs cut off, not steerable but trimmable with the rudder system. So, but primarily it's the shaft and rudder boats. The Victory the boats primarily with that setup. The BPM drives, single axis rudder, and certainly the 2 American-built boats, Marine Technologies, as well as the 438 Skater using the Mercury number 6.
yeah, and those are the 2 newest boats in the class.
Right.
The XINSURANCE South has been modified for Key West it's the first rudder boat, Victory boat with the BPMs and the rudder, but now has a tunnel tab.
Right.
So that should be interesting. I don't know about you, but the first thing I thought of when we had the in-camera shot there of J.J. Turk and Nick Buis and XINSURANCE North was, that looks hot.
Yeah, and it's only in the low 80s here, but it feels a lot warmer in the sun. Still have a pretty good breeze.
It's kind of a chilly day for us conks.
Yeah.
Low 80s, are you kidding me? Hit the 70s, I'm pulling out my sweater.
Listen, it's not without wind. You don't feel it over here on this side of the island because you're all the way to the east side of to the west side of the island, in the harbor, and the wind's coming out of the east. So, when they turn one, they'll get whatever effects of the waves rolling down the ocean side of the island and coming out across the harbor, and the outgoing tide pushing against it. So even though the waves probably now starting to subside a little bit more as the wind has come down over the last several days, after being as high as 20, 25, 28 out of the northeast, now over to the east, you're still going to have some wave action to deal with, and the height of the outgoing tide is coming up in the next hour and finishing off into a slack tide at 3:30. And if you get a chance to look at any of the boats on the live stream picture, you can see there's still some wind here.
Yeah.
And something else you got to think about, certainly with Superstock coming later, and we talk about it all the time, is that these boats, they come down into the harbor, and in order to get position for the hairpin turn in the harbor, you got to take about a 10-degree turn to the starboard. And sometimes, you get across this open area where all the hotels, and all of a sudden, or the closed off area, and then you get into open water and you catch a gust of wind that comes down, right? And
those things are so high up when they're running 110, 115. There's so little of them in the water that across gust is it's gonna have an impact.
Gary Ballou told me it literally will pick the boat up and move it a couple of feet. And, if the wind is coming out of the direction coming right down the tunnel.
Well, while we wait for the helicopters, you want to do the lineup?
Yeah, let's talk about the boats that are on the starting grid here today in not only Pro Class 1 but Super V.
All right, Pro Class 1, the lanes were decided by the order of finish on Wednesday. So Lane 1, Monster Energy, Myra Coyle, the driver, owner, Throttleman, Tyler Miller. Lane 2, Mobile X, Dara Nicholson, driver from Australia, throttles, Giovanni Carpatella. Lane 3, XINSURANCE North, J.J. Turk and Nick Buis made an impressive run through the field on Wednesday. Lane 4, DeFalco Construction, Mike Falco and Billy Moore on throttles. Lane 5, GC Racing, the brand new 48 MTI. Willie Cabeza driving, Grant Bruggeman throttling. Lane 6 is Pothole Heroes, Throttleman John Tomlinson, owner driver Carlos De Quesada. Lane 7 with a new rudder, 45 Victory XINSURANCE South. Britt Lilly is driving and Bill Pyburn is throttling. Now for the Super Vs.
That Cigarette Hawk, really quick, just a quick note, that is they just finished their 154th start. I'm sorry, 145th start all time, the pace boat, the Cigarette Hawk pace boat there. So this will be number 146 start of all time for that Cigarette Hawk.
Cool. All right, Lane 1, after they sent a message on Wednesday, Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims, Throttleman Anthony Smith, driver Elijah Kingery. Lane 2, Knucklehead Racing, 40-foot fountain, Ed Smith driving, Jay Waltman throttling. Lane 3, Cortez Cove Fountain, Kirk Brito, Rob Lockyer. The Twisted Boat is a scratch, so Lane 4 is now DSK Marine with Throttleman Mike Howe, Timothy Linden from New Haven, Connecticut, on the wheel on the 39 Outer Limits. And Lane 5 is Dart, 39 skater with owner Throttleman Bill McComb and driver Ed Wendt, both based out of Sarasota, Florida.
Yeah, so Super Vs, much like Super Cats, naturally aspirated engine, Holley-style carbureted engines, 572 cubic inches.
No Guardian.
No Guardian issues with these boats. So no fuel injection, no multi-speed transmissions. Stern drives and surface drives allowed. And they're, 35 to, 47, 48-foot canopied V-bottoms. A lot of them using the tractor pipes. Water ballast is allowed, so like in the Mod V, and they may not need it today, but we'll see. We'll get an idea that, the water ballast is allowed. Certainly in Mod Vs we're using it this morning.
Yeah, if you see water blowing out the side of the boat, it's not a leak. They're releasing the water from the ballast tank if they're running a ballast tank.
So if they're heading out into the bump, they'll take the water on and balance the boat out as they wish and then blow it off when they're coming back into the calm.
And the people who don't have the ballast tanks, they use bags of lead shot strategically placed throughout the boat in little kind of fabricated compartments so the stuff won't move around. And that's how they get the attitude they want to help establish along with trimming the boat.
Don't forget tonight's Friday Duval Street party presented by Keystar Construction. 43 boats on Duval Street beginning at 7 p.m. The party is strong. And there'll be a check presentation for PAL out there as well near the GC Motorsports team, GC Racing team, Marine Technologies Incorporated. So a lot of fun going on Duval Street. An idea that was a concept of Larry Blyle's a long time ago and now pretty much incorporated into most races. We have a great one at Michigan City every year at our annual event there. It's pretty close tiered to the one in Key West, but Key West is Key West. And tonight we welcome you out to mingle with the teams and have a lot of fun on historic Duval Street with the Friday night Duval Street party. Special thanks again to Keystar Construction. Waiting for the start of the Pro Class 1 teams. Talking to Bill Pyburn about their rudder dropping off, and they've had problems with those studs.
Yep.
Twice now, but this for the first time actually snapped them off. And 180,000 tensile string studs. And
I walked back there yesterday, and there was nothing left.
Yep.
Of the whole assembly, and I don't know if they had taken off the partial pieces and just gotten it prepped. But when I walked back there, where the rudder mounts was bare.
And he had a lot of praise for Gary Stray, big help in trying to get them situated and back out and racing. He said the amount of torque they were putting on that rudder, turning that boat with that world-class fleet out there with him. And he said especially with running with the Super Vs, I mean, you had 8 Pro Class 1 boats and 6 Super V boats out there, so there was a lot of there was a lot of churn to run through, not a lot of clean water to run through. You're trying to turn that boat hard like that.
And in the drivers' meeting this morning, they stressed again, Super Vs, if you can, stay to the inside, let the Class 1 boats come around you on the outside. So, but it's also up to the Class 1 boats to do that and not try to dive inside and use the Super Vs as a pick, basically, to block a boat or something. So,
of course, it's green.
All right, so we see X Insurance South on the screen there, along with North on the right-hand side.
Yellow
of the
flag
screen.
just went up on the pace boat.
So they're going to pull that boat, pull those boats into a milling area.
Yep, they're just. And in these enclosed cockpits, if you don't kind of turn to be able to see that pace boat and it gets going quick, you could get caught at the back. So they're going to want to be alert and just kind of keeping an eye on everything. And the man being in that X Insurance boat, the X Insurance South, having had that happen more than once with the rudder, do you think it's playing any mind tricks on them? Are they thinking about, well, what if, as they go into turn one?
Well,
they have to trust their team. They have to trust that they made the repair correctly.
Yep, looking inside the cockpit of J.J. Turk and Nick Buis.
J.J. on the wheel, Nick on the throttles. Here we go. We're lining them up.
All right, so our Pro Class 1 race
you will not see a green flag. This is green buoys. So when they get to the green buoys on the race course, the officials basically are going to try to get them to stay as even as they can. They're supposed to keep their bow of their boats even with the transom of the pace boat, and then they go when they get to the green buoys. So let's see if we can get a clean start on this one.
7 laps on the 4.48-mile course here through Key West Harbor out to the mouth of the channel and around Fort Zachary Taylor, then back in front of the Harbor Hotels. Your Pro Class 1 teams are lined up and ready to start here. I think they called.
I think we're going to get a restart here.
We're going to get a restart.
The Mobile X was way back, not even close, and the South took off quickly there, a little bit too.
The North
took off. Yeah, the North took off a little bit quick.
Come on,
Giovanni was trying to do his thing there with the to time it right.
It looks like they're letting him go.
Wow. Because X Insurance North was way out.
Yeah, I said the Mobile was sitting way back too there.
But the other thing might be that they thought everyone else was good except X Insurance North, and they'll just penalize them.
Maybe, yeah.
Because they did say, just because one guy goes, everyone else doesn't have to.
Yeah, but I mean, but GC Racing and Pothole Heroes were just like, what?
Yeah, I know.
You know?
So, I believe the term is inexact science.
All right, so our Pro Stock 1 grid is off, and behind them off camera, the Super V boats. Now boats are stopping out there.
Red flag.
Red flag. I'm hearing red flag.
I'm betting they're red flag to start, and they're going to do it again.
Oh, no red. Never mind, no red.
No red. What?
No,
we're not able to.
Oh no, we are on it.
Yeah, red flag.
Yeah, we are on it. Sorry.
Apologies for the confusion there. Oof, somebody just took a hard hop there, coming back into the harbor.
Oh,
where the lead boat is. We'll see when they get back in. This is the part of the year where looking towards the sun as it's heading towards the horizon. Some of the camera shots.
Yeah, late in the day.
Yeah, it's hard to make the boats out on the outer leg.
I don't know. So waiting to see more. They definitely seem like they're.
There's X North coming by us.
Yeah, they look like the one that made that hard hop.
Yeah, they definitely see a red flag flying out in the middle from the course boat there.
Of course, Marshall's boat has a red flag out.
Definitely out there flying a red.
So they're going to bring them back and do it again.
It was you noted initially that did not seem like a clean start at all.
Oh, that was ugly.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no way. GC, potholes, I think XINSURANCE South, maybe even DeFalco were just sitting back.
They were hardly even on plane.
Yeah,
they were just slugging.
Monster was half committed.
Yeah, the Mobile X was sitting, a good 2 boats back, 2 lengths back, easy.
And it was XINSURANCE North was just off.
And they're bringing the V's back too now.
Yeah, that's.
Well, if they red flag it, they red flag the whole course.
Yeah.
They can't say, okay, we're red flagging the Pro Class 1 boats, but you Super Vs, you keep racing.
Why not? Put them back in the milling and let them run on the mill. That'd be fun. It'd be adventurous for them.
No, they'll just
I'm just
redo
surprised
the
that they even let the
procedure.
V's go off when they saw the start like that. They red flagged it that so fast. You would think that they would have held that V start there just for a second too.
I'm
well,
surprised that they made that second start. I agree with Joey.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's the one that I didn't expect. When I saw the Super V's taking off, that's what I was thinking. They must be good.
Well, your chief referee is in. 222 is having a problem in turn 1. Mobile X.
Yeah, that was again. He was way back on that start. So I wonder if it was even that too. Who knows? They're having the problem there. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're waiting now. We're hearing that Mobile X is having a problem out in turn 1.
Bit of a drag race there just for the fun of it, seems.
Little showtime.
Yeah, exactly what that was.
And there's the DSK, 39 outer limits. Helicopter just landed to kind of keep its fuel use down as much as possible. We're going to have to see if we can get an update as how much of a problem is Mobile X having, I guess is the question.
Looking back down.
I'm trying to find him with binoculars, and I don't see anything, so.
The Outer Mole Race Village, presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. Even bigger and more crowded Sunday for the race final here, 44th Annual Key West World Championships. We're in a red flag and a restart situation here with Pro Class 1 and Super V.
Yeah, I mean, your chief referee is on the start boat for the Pro Class 1 boats, so he has to see that. They have to go. He has to make the call. Other people must be in on the decision, and then they red flag and restart it. So there's also video that they look at. And
yeah, I mean, they'd have said that if they really got out of sorts, they would just call for a restart. I think maybe the communication didn't get to check.
Right, that's what we're hearing. Yeah, it was coming so fast, and they were trying to just shoot them out there that the pace boats didn't communicate quick enough with each other.
Got it. Also like to thank Sunoco, the official race fuel of RWO, Fury Water Sports, the water sports and entertainment partner. Good Boy Vodka, official vodka and seltzer sponsor, as well as the Dry Pits name sponsor, Isla Morada Brewery, official craft beer and gin, and El Bandito Yankee, the official tequila of the races.
Sounds good right about now.
Time for a little margarita.
We're just watching the boats milling. We're going to see if we can get them up there. I'm sure they're not going to try to hold them too long, but we don't know what's going on out in turn 1. All it says is Mobile X having an issue. But that would be, if they just determine that 222 can't run, that would be a big problem for them to overcome in the grand scheme of things for the championship.
Yeah, certainly would be very frustrating for
I can
offshore.
I can see them sitting out there. I'm pretty sure I see them just sitting like, I don't know if they're trying to get it fired or.
Maybe they don't want to restart and they're just going to sit out on turns 1 and just when everybody goes by, they're going to take off again. New philosophy. No, probably not. You're right.
Waiting for some word from race control.
We're just going to sit here.
I mean, that's why at this point we're waiting on word on what the Mobile X is doing and how, and what if they're going to bring it back in. That's the boat that is out there in that turn 1 area, so we can't,
if you can see, it's just in the forefront of, you can see like a longer, low-profile boat that Flybridge yacht's moving towards it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's Mobile X.
Yeah, for those of you watching here from the VIP areas on the waterfront or out of Fort Zachary Taylor, that's who we're waiting for. Mobile X, hopefully they can sort things out and get back for this start.
Right now we're feeling like airline passengers sitting on the runway waiting for word from the captain.
I don't even know if we're on the runway. We're sitting in the terminal hoping that TSA gets us through and we don't have any shutdowns. Our flight's not canceled. We're not that close yet. We got to get Mobile X coming back this way, or at least to the middle.
Right, they got to get them off the course itself. But the thing is, the weird thing is if what I'm thinking is Mobile X is, there's no one moving towards it.
There's 6 laps going to be raced on the restart here.
Okay, so they're doing the same thing they've done every other race. Restart and cut 1 lap. So they must feel that whatever's going on with Mobile X, it's out of the way, because they got a yellow flag up on the pace boat, and we're gonna try this again.
Well, that's a tough break for Mobile X. They got 3 laps off from what I've. Was it a 9-lap race earlier? Last time was a 9-lap race on Wednesday, I thought.
Yeah, I think today, though, when they posted this morning on the side of the trailer,
it was sick.
They updated the laps, and it said the course is green. Pro Class 1 was going to be 7 laps this time around.
So they've got the 1 then.
So I don't know if that means that
It's
Super
6.
V is now 4 instead of 5, because Super V went even less distance than Pro Class 1.
So we're doing 6 laps here in Pro Class 1.
6 laps for Pro Class 1, yeah.
And 5 for...
They seemingly cut 1, yes.
Okay, here we come. Let's see if it gets any better here.
Super, yeah.
Here's Pro Class. They look to be lined up better. Maybe the referee yelled at him on the radio. No, here goes XINSURANCE North again, creeping forward.
Supposed to stay...
You hit those green buoys, you got to go. And now DeFalco looks like they got a good start. And so did X North, and Monster's just off the screen to the inside.
Yeah, they're the inside, though. That's where they want to be.
WHM getting out.
There's one at the back there, though, that didn't take off.
Look at Monster go.
That's GC Racing.
GC did not get the good start this
coming
time.
Coming out slow.
GC Racing's rooster tail is up.
But he is going now.
Yeah, there's DeFalco leading. Look at the speed from Monster Energy.
This is what they did on Wednesday. All of a sudden it was like, whoa, where'd they do that? Where'd they find that? But Tyler said they've been working on it like crazy.
XINSURANCE North.
All the way to the outside is XINSURANCE South, because they were the last place boat with the rudder problem on Wednesday.
You'll hear the roar in our microphones of the Super V's coming around. DeFalco takes the turn in the lead.
Monster looked like it was on the pin there, actually.
Yeah.
And we watch the Super V start here.
And Farnsworth, Hancock Claims, and Knucklehead Racing, and another drag out to the first turn. Let's see if we can pick up the Pro Class 1 boats when they come through.
So there's your leader, DeFalco, in Pro Class 1. 6 laps here after a red flag, bad start. Mobile X, 222 Offshore having a mechanical after the bad start, unable to get out on the grid. Boats approaching 140 miles an hour coming into the flat. Here comes your leader, DeFalco.
Monster in second. Next North in third.
South in fourth.
XINSURANCE South. Then Pothole Heroes. DeFalco, the reigning RWO World Champion. Now GC Racing is running at pace. Off the chase from behind at the back of the grid.
Pothole Heroes was 5th, WHN 6th, GC was 7th.
Correct.
So let's see if anyone can build an advantage coming out of the harbor. And we're going to be keeping an eye out for the Super Vs coming in as well.
So watch DeFalco being chased by Monster, only 2.5 seconds behind.
And not much more of an interval back to third for XINSURANCE North with JJ Turk and Nick Buis.
And South is right there as well.
The spacing is pretty even among all 4 lead boats.
Pothole Heroes is in a chase there too.
Knucklehead. Hancock Plains.
Cortez Cove.
1, 2, 3. Super V.
GC out there has gotten past WHM off the screen.
Yep. But here's XINSURANCE North.
Into third there.
Started last on Wednesday and marched up to second place.
Watch DSK off screen come through. They're running at fourth. Super V as we watch Knuckleheads. And Farnsworth. Then Cortez Cove. Big naturally aspirated 572 cubic inch engines. Super V power through the harbor in Key West.
UK Thunder. And look at Knucklehead.
Watching the Pro Class 1 teams on the live stream as DeFalco now makes the wide sweeping turn at number 2. 3 pins to navigate back into the harbor.
Looks like Monster's trying to get a tighter line. Myrick trying to get underneath DeFalco if he can get close. Monster team likes to run a tight line on the buoys in the smaller, more agile 43 skater.
DeFalco ran well early out of mechanical. Turned that lap in 2 minutes, 35 seconds, average 109 miles an hour. Monster Energy just behind in second still. XINSURANCE North is running in third. South in fourth.
Pothole Heroes 5th. But they're getting close to 4th.
Yeah. And those top 5 are all running within the same kind of 3-4 second gaps between each one. And here comes GC trying to make their run up.
Yeah, it's off camera as we watch Monster navigate the turn, and now XINSURANCE North, this team has really come on strong in the second half of the season. And now their teammate boat XINSURANCE South with Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly in chase.
Lots of new stuff on the transom of that boat between the tunnel tab and the rudder system.
The Dart is down between turn 1 and 2 out there there's a second one there. The Dart race winning brands of the Super V has had trouble out there.
Which
why we didn't see them
why they didn't come through. Yep.
So DeFalco leading in Pro Class 1, about a 4-second lead over Monster Energy now. Monster in a driver's seat in terms of points after their win on Wednesday. DeFalco had led most of the way, had a mechanical and fell back.
Especially with that Mobile X taking and not being able and having to be towed back in here. That opens the door big time.
Off camera, you can hear Knuckleheads come through in the lead. So we watch the Super Vs come through the harbor. So Knuckleheads.
Cortez trying to challenge right here on the handcuff boat. Starting to find that Cortez Cove, starting to find themselves. Last time on Wednesday, they just came off just missed second place by a few seconds there. By a few feet. They were they were side by side there. with the Knuckleheads on Wednesday. Here today, they're looking like they're to push the Hancock, so they're starting to find their groove with that Cortez.
Yeah,
And they had a good race, and they had a good end of the year. I mean, they got a lot more consistent. They finished races. The boat ran real strong in Clearwater. But now here
Back to our leaders in Pro Class 1. The Falco will come through after 3 laps. Give you his average speed. Still at 108 plus. Monster Energy making a little more distance up on the leg between 1 and 3.
XINSURANCE North still in 3rd. South is in 4th.
Top 5 have held so far, first 3 laps of this race. Nobody's really giving it an inch or taking much of anything.
Pothole, for some reason, to me, looks like they're doing better than the other day.
Yeah. And this is a big opening, though. Mobile X being down is a big opening.
Yes.
Watch the lead boats come back out of Key West Harbor now.
Let's see if Monster looks like they're trying to reel them in a little bit.
Again, they don't really need to. I mean, if you look at it, the Falco go ahead and run away with this, and the second place still puts Monster in control of the overall point standings. You know those guys, Tyler and Merrick, know exactly what they're doing with that and how to play the points right. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're not going to push it overly let DeFalco make the mistake right now.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Look at it, turn 1 now.
Yeah. Sitting right on their tail. Hey, look.
We got Mobile X on the screen being towed in. And
second place finish on Wednesday. That's a tough break there.
Great appreciation for Darren Nicholson bringing his crew
Team
over
up,
from Australia, teaming up with his good mate Giovanni Carpatello.
We also
world class guy there, Darren Nicholson, and best wishes to Muddy McGrath. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. So,
all right, here comes Super V boats back into the harbor. Knuckleheads has the early lead, followed by Team Farnsworth and Cortez Cove. DeFalco with the lead, and Monster Energy and Chase, as well as XINSURANCE North in Pro Class 1. With it's about 2.5 laps left to go as we watch WHM, Billy Moff and Jay Muller navigate the track. Sterling Power of Knuckleheads continuing the lead in Super V as we watch Monster Energy coming back into the harbor. Your Pro Class 1 teams. There'll be 2 laps left at the conclusion of this one as we zero in on DeFalco. Mike Falco.
Whoa. Cortez up to second. Where's Farnsworth?
Billy Moore on the throttles. Here's your leader in Pro Class 1 through again. Just to click off the pace previously at 107.2 average speed. Monster likes where they're sitting right now with a first place finish. See if DeFalco can continue the whole pace. XINSURANCE North passes through. And then south. No change to the top of the grid. This Pothole Heroes off camera continues to hold 5th.
Have not seen.
Yeah, they're down.
Farnsworth, Hancock.
We've got to note that they're coming. They were off plane and down. We just got JW send it over.
Okay.
Did something happen to Monster?
No,
they fell off pace.
They're right there.
They're right there. They're right
Yeah,
behind.
but I mean, they really dropped off a little bit.
Yeah,
there.
they were. Seemed like they were getting right up on them. Okay, so DSK is up to 3rd in Super V.
No, I mean it just could be a loss in the haze. They're definitely running well heading out to turn 1.
Yeah.
But DeFalco definitely looks like they've extended that lead. We'll get you an interval when they come back through.
Yeah.
There'll be 1 lap left after this one. Nice race for the Knucklehead team. Knucklehead.
Yeah, if Anthony Smith wanted to make a statement Wednesday, Jay Waltman's making it today.
That's right, with Ed Smith on board that iconic fountain. Great history in the class. Watch DSK, I believe, navigating that turn.
Mike Howe from How to Live, or How to Live, rather.
Yep, YouTube. The YouTube sensation.
He and his twin brother from Biddeford, Maine.
XINSURANCE Helicam. There's Monster Energy. Myra Coyle and Tyler Miller winning on Wednesday in the 438 skater. All right, let's get a space for you as DeFalco comes back through here. Chasing Knuckleheads, who's in front of him to navigate that turn. Still a 2-minute 36-second lap. Monster Energy a lot closer than
7-second interval to second place.
Yeah, than I had seen, but looking into the sun, my eyes fooled me. Monster's still in chase. 107.67 average speed on that lap for DeFalco. 1 lap left.
That's south.
That's south.
Moved ahead of their north.
South has moved into 3rd place. Clyburn and Lilly. Here comes north. They had an issue of some sort.
Yeah, and because Potholes is coming after him too.
Yep, they're off speed.
Yeah, I think Potholes is they could get him.
Carlos de Quesada
coming out of the turn.
Carlos de Quesada and
John Tomlinson.
John Tomlinson, the Gary Stray boat. After that poor start, GC Racing has looked strong in the 482R Marine Technologies hull.
Unfortunately, so has the rest of the class, so they can't really make them to move.
Yeah, tough start for them. I think doomed their day.
I think Cortez Cove just pulled off in the middle of the course.
Yeah, you do see them, that indigo color.
I don't know if that means they think they're done.
Yeah, Monster is...
Because if they were at 1 lap less, and that would be 4 laps for Super V.
Right, no, they'll...
So... Yeah, Super V might be done if they cut them a lap. Yeah, because Knuckleheads is in the middle of the course too.
Right.
Super V's done. So that's Knuckleheads, Cortez Cove, and DSK gets on the podium. DSK is playing the attrition game well. But let's see if, so it looks like Pothole got around X North. Let's see if GC gets around X North before they get around here.
1 lap to go. Final lap for Pro Class 1.
Yep, here's DSK taking this. Whoa, keep it together, boys. They said she's light on her feet in their promo video, so.
Our winners in Pro Class 1 should be rounding into the harbor and making their final approach. Watch Billy Moff, Jay Muller, and WHM's Pro Class 1 entry, 40-foot skater with the Mercury 1100 comp engines, the official engines of Pro Class 1.
There's the Falco.
And they are your winner today. The Southernmost Continental Championship.
Monster second.
Monster Energy takes 2nd place. DeFalco with the checkered flag. Monster Energy number 2. And here comes your number 3 boat, XINSURANCE South. 47-foot victory hull. Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly onto the podium today.
Now, will we see Pothole Heroes move up to 4th?
Great shot. Key West Harbor on the XINSURANCE Helicam.
Yeah, you do.
They do.
Pothole Heroes is up to 4th. Will Willie and Grant have enough time to get around X North?
It sure looked like they were about ready to
Because here comes XINSURANCE North. Yep, GC Racing got around him for 5th.
GC moves up after a tough start off screen and passes in front of the fans before XINSURANCE North, who will take 6th. Unfortunate day for 222 Offshore Mobile X as they were towed from the course after a red flag start. There's DeFalco, hatch open, your winner here in Pro Class 1. DSK moving to the left of the screen. Knucklehead, your winner in Super V in the center of the screen.
Yeah, I was told they didn't really have the setup that Jay wanted on Wednesday. And so after he went out and ran Super V today, I'm sure he was like, okay, I know what it's doing out there. This is what we need to do. And whoever made the call made the right one. 'Cause that looked like the knuckleheads of old. Or Instigator.
Hey, watch that buoy. Watch that buoy. Watch that buoy. The tide moves so fast in here, and it's outgoing and starting to rip now.
Yeah,
look how fast the boat.
That's a 12,000-pound boat. That's just pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. 48 feet. I mean, both those boats are subject to.
That cigarette's not light.
No, not at all. Just how much faster though the big catamaran
But I don't
moved,
know
right?
why they're not idling over to them.
Well, of course, the cigarette hawks got able to shift around.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Yeah.
kind of like, why aren't they
just go give it to them?
Right. But get the Cortez Cove out of there and.
Yeah, this sometimes can be difficult,
Yes.
especially in a windy condition too. You try and throw that flag.
Well, they got it.
There you go. Mike DeFalco and Billy Moore victorious in DeFalco.
That must be Mike that caught it, because.
What are you saying? Billy can't catch?
No, I'm saying Billy's a little broader than whoever is on the deck of that boat. Billy's a big. I mean, he's a hoss. In a good way.
Hoss is a great term for Billy. I think he would laugh and agree. You gotta love him.
You call that country strong, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Point-wise, check. North is your third place team right now overall. Despite today's dropping all the way to 6th, they're sitting at 147. That would hold them in third. Mobile X, they can get back out there and figure what was wrong. They're not out of this. They're only 3 points back of the podium overall right now. So they are still within striking distance, 144 points. And you got 138 points apiece for Pothole and GC Racing, and 147 points, like I said, for North, and 140 for South. So between third place and 7th place right now is a 9-point difference. So that's wide open.
What's Monster
Oh,
got?
Monster's got 203. They're and then DeFalco's at 184. So your first is Monster with 203. DeFalco's 184. So Monster has a 60-point lead on pretty much the third place. So they've pretty much solidified their podium finish for the World Championship. Now can they come out and finish the actual title right now is their question. Again, they have a 20-point lead on DeFalco as it is, too,
And
right
so,
now
I
after
mean,
that one.
DeFalco's the team they're really going to be watching for.
Absolutely.
And it'll be determined how far front they got to stay on them.
If you start thinking about points and doubles, most of these are about a 10-point gap here on the single day, on the half points. So double points is 20 points. If they're sitting 19 points ahead of DeFalco, the only team they have to beat pretty much is DeFalco, as long as they don't fall too down the path there. You know, obviously, if you start falling down too far, other points come into play and everything like that. But right now, it's Monsters to lose with that second place finish.
Yeah, you saw Monster there in the screen. They finished second today. They're over.
They're also not going to want to back into it, though.
No.
Oh, of course, no,
not.
yeah.
But at the same time,
right now, if they get their stuff figured out in Mobile X, Giovanni's going to come out on fire.
And just like
That's
today, though,
just who he is.
And just like today, Monster can know that and hold right behind him and probably still get that world title as long as they stay with one boat right behind them all down Sunday. So there's going to be that math running. And it was a very smart race by the Monster boys there today, Myrick and Tyler. Knew what they had to do. They might have been able to push DeFalco a bit more, but why try to break today when Sunday's really the day you need to be all on sharp?
Yep. Yeah, there's your winning boat there. DeFalco, we saw Monster to the left. Those are the two boats right now at the top of the points heap. But as Joey said, you can be sure that, you know, the teams that are still within reach, one would like to win Sunday overall, take the headline, and still have a chance to finish on the podium. And who knows where overall in the World Championship.
Now on our Super V side, and we're going to have a good one there. Knucklehead taking the second place the other day and coming first today has the solid 198-point lead, but they're 40 points back just of DSK, which has quietly moved their way into, they're sitting fourth place. Farnsworth is second overall, And Cortez Cove is third overall, but they're just both 20 points back of Knucklehead, or should I say 19 and 22 respectively. So that is wide open there as well. So that Super V could be anybody's. Again, DSK could really upset some things and throw some things around come Sunday. So that's a wide open. Nobody's really claimed their podium finish at all yet in that Super V.
Yeah, it's always down to the numbers. Joey Cook nobody does it better than Joey Cook. Great to have him on board with us here, and he's really gonna get cooking on Sunday when it comes time to determine who the world champions are. And we'll tell you right here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and as well on the X Insurance Sports live stream on the Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels. Great reels and feeds at X Insurance Sports online. You see the Victoria's DeFalco team here today. Team members leading the way as you're watching where the Southernmost Continental Championship Awards with the world famous Coconut Man are going to happen here behind us, with the Pro Class 1 teams and Super V teams here in front of the fans.
They really need a title belt for that.
So
Continental Championship.
Yeah, I mean, so couldn't Coconut Man weave up some palm fronds and yeah, make a nice belt for them?
Super stocks are on the water. Here come the killer bees.
Yep, Super Stock Racing is up next.
13 boats. 14 have been registered. Drinkilo is not going to be making the start.
And I know Dale McEachern was so excited from Oro Station, Canada, along with Austin Blocker, his throttle man out of Southwest Florida, out of Outlaw Performance.
Yep.
Austin and talked to Mr. McEachern, and he was just so excited to be here. As the old jackhammer boat, Drinkilo energy drink, all natural, sponsoring him this year, and just an unfortunate incident that they ran into, which is a big issue, in Super Stock class because they have so many boats.
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday, Super Stock is the only class with a commitment buoy before you go into turn one. The inside 7 boats have to stay to the left of the buoy. The outer 6 boats have to take the buoy on the right side. And then once they do that, they're supposed to hold their lane through the turn.
Yeah, because in years past, we've had pile-ups there.
Yeah.
Just complete pile-ups with the, people coming across the lanes, and a lot of teams will just sit back in that melee in a situation like that. You say, you know what? I'm just going to
let the mayhem play out in front of
me,
and then I'll pick up the pieces. And the problem is that class is so competitive now. You sit back, it's really hard to make up. So you have to really dance that fine line between making yourself competitive, but putting yourself in a position to not get in trouble and get caught up in, like they always say in NASCAR at some of these tracks, the big one. You don't want to get caught up in a big one in the Super Stock class.
Yeah, and that class, you can make up time on the outside leg there because, they're certainly more subject to the conditions and the bump there. And it's better to make it through the turn and still be able to fight through. And you can make some time up, especially the more experienced teams. But back to your back to the starting position. They're trying to split the boats up, put the first 7 through the left side of the buoy and the other to the outside so that they can sort themselves out on the long straightaway in the rougher part of the course.
And the class also voted that they reversed the order of finish from Wednesday to set the lanes for Friday. So lane 1 is actually boat number 88, X-Insurance Moxie Racing with David Whalen and Greg Reichman throttling. Lane 2 is Celsius, Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller. Lane 3 is Michaelized, Pete Rivero and Ricardo Maldonado in the 32 Faza. Lane 4, Demon Bikini, Leanna Shadlow, Chad Havens. Lane 5, Team Allen Lawn Care, Randy Keys and boat owner Throttleman Billy Allen. Lane 6, Digging Deep, Andy Miller and Billy Moore is going to hop in this boat to throttle it. Lane 7, Coco's Monkey, the Baginos, AJ and Pete from upstate New York with the local sponsors. Lane 8, Team Bermuda, David Selly, Stephen Bridges. Lane 9, Nuff Said, Louis Martins is the owner, and Nick Imprescia is throttling the boat that had its best finish on Wednesday, coming in 4th place. Lane 10, as Team Wozencraft TFR, that's Jeremy Sheeta and Julian Maldonado, and they're always a threat. Lane 11, Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou in the 32 Victory, and that's one of those boats that can come from the outside and be a threat. And finally, lane 12 is Team Nautical Ventures. Matt Jaminski, Sean Torrente. I just want to make, Say Less. I'm not sure where they wound up. Sorry, guys.
Say Less on, you talking about on the grid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a big advantage for Ray Marine because they were starting on the outside and they ran close.
Yeah, they're starting on the outside today, and
now Ray Marine goes to the inside. The winner from Sean Torrente.
They're inside of Torrente.
Yep.
And so we'll see if because the Ray Marine boat is good in rough water. They're probably the most experienced in-cockpit pair out here. So I don't think it doesn't bother them per se to have to come from the outside.
Yeah. Right now I'm looking at the winds. They're out of the east at 11, so they've ticked up a little bit. They're coming straight down the south side of the island, down the beaches. So again, it's been blowing for several days, into 4 or 5 days. So you get a rolling swells, and you get just a general buildup of condition. And although it's going to be calm for the next 2 days, it takes a while for it to slow down, and an 11-mile-an-hour wind still pushing those waves. Tide going out, and it's going to pick up here over the next hour as it finishes up and goes to slack tide.
We are green to go. Course is clear.
Actually, we're right towards the end of slack tide here over the next 10, 15 minutes. So see how this thing plays out. We'll see it when those boats hit to the outside leg, how the 4,900-pound 32-foot catamarans from Victory Hulls to Doug Wright's and Faz's race out here today. Paired with the 300R Mercury Racing engine, 4-stroke. The 20-inch will go away next year. Mercury Racing announcing its 300R Offshore Racing Series
now
with a 15-inch midsection that will be on these boats next year.
Is every team going to that?
No, it's not mandatory that you switch.
Okay.
But
So there are financial aspects to
there
this.
are to that. Certainly everyone believes that there's going to be a real advantage because of the upgrades that they've made to the boats, and with all of the improvements based on what they've learned over the years. It's going to be a tougher, more durable engine, and it's going to have a lower CG.
Yellow flag is up on the Cigarette Hawk for start number 146. I don't know if they're even smoking every start. I mean, how many flares are they going to carry?
Yeah, have you seen Orange at all today?
No, I've just seen them. I've just seen them wave the yellow and get them moving. So
yeah, I think there's definitely a call to action.
They've been efficient.
Yeah, 98 boats here. I mean, time to make it.
It's 3:01.
Well,
probably the only thing we're waiting on might be you just getting Billy strapped into digging deep.
Race World Offshore.
Oh, Jay Muller had to strap into Celsius too, and WHM was the last boat on the pro class course.
That's right.
So we might be waiting on that as well.
And despite the red flags we've had here again today, a couple of incidents, and
yeah. So we're going to run 6 laps in Super Stock.
Yeah, Race World's got to be very happy to have, looks like these races concluding around 3:30, 3:40, and to be able to get their Duval Street fair and boat parade going.
I know I'll be happy to have them conclude.
Yeah, you got to write the story.
I got to go go get my interviews and write my story for Speed on the Water. So
yeah, again, tonight's Duval Street party presented by Keystar Construction.
And here we go.
Don't miss it, 7 o'clock.
A bunch of buzzing 32-foot catamarans. And we got a green flag.
The race is on. Final race of the day, Friday, the 44th annual Race World Offshore Key West Championship. Super stocks are out on the grid.
Oh, I see what they did there. Ray Marine is in the outermost lane of the boats that have to pass on the inside of the buoy, and STR, Team Nautical Ventures, is all the way to the outside. That's why Sean was talking about Ray Marine was going to have the advantage. They kind of staggered it.
Yeah, because, well,
who's going to be on the
Team
inside
Nautical
in the buoy and who's going to be on the outside. Because see where Ray Marine now is in the middle of the course? That would be about lane 6 or 7.
So Super Stock racing is underway. Heading out to the more than 90-degree turn.
Ray Marine is leading right now. Team Nautical Ventures is in second.
The truth
Demon Bikini looks like they're third, so that's a good start for them.
Truth of the conditions will be told here as they make their eastbound turn.
Yep.
There they go.
There's the first pin.
Around the wall. Again, last
Second
part of the
pin.
outgoing tide here, and Ray Marine slowing down a little bit.
Yeah.
The red flag
Red
again.
flag.
Another red flag. I was wondering why Ray Marine was slowing. Gosh.
Okay, I mean, I can't imagine that was a red flag because they didn't like the start.
Could be any number of things.
Yeah.
Spectator on course.
Oh yeah, always nice.
That was a good clean start too. That's horrible.
Spectator and please tell me it's not someone swimming.
They definitely have it up here, just off the backside, maybe over here. I'm trying to figure out where the boat is right here. Did somebody jump in over here? I don't know.
Only speculating. We're getting word from race control, a spectator boat on the course, shutting down the Super Stock race.
That's when you go over and blast them with that water cannon on the fireboat. I know, it sounded an awful lot like Get Off My Lawn.
It was.
It's like, come on, guys.
Eric was like, I was just going to get my story started early.
You guys. And this is why he's not allowed on the radio. Oh, wait.
Only once a year do they allow me to come down here and give my opinions. Get off my lawn.
Oh, here we go. We're going to have another restart here, folks. So let's hope that everybody gets back into the harbor okay and everybody can get back and get started.
Hey, everybody else that you're not supposed to be on there, get off the harbor. Get out of here for right now.
Now, do we have any concerns about the Cigarette Hawk running out of fuel with the number of runs up and down the course?
Yeah. While I have the opportunity, I'd like to thank the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, especially the United States Navy, and their help, as always, in securing the site and working with Race World Offshore to produce this event. The United States Coast Guard in action here and, preparing the permit for the races and supplying support here in Key West Harbor out on the race course, as well as Florida Wildlife, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Key West Police Department, Florida, the Key West Fire Department, fire assets on the water as well. Just a myriad of agencies involved in to help make this thing happen. Also Richie Moretti of the Turtle Hospital, who flies as well to watch out for wildlife out on the course. It's a total team effort here, and it takes the involvement of the local agencies to make this happen, as well as the city of Key West, the county helping out as well. Especially like to thank Marcus Davila, Parks and Recreation here, and his team that are always helping us solve problems with the Race World Offshore World Championships. And an amazing job done by Larry Blyle and his team, and specifically Randy Mearns, who, he's more than the course marshal. He's the boat Jenga specialist, and was able to get all 98 boats in here to the Truman Annex area.
Which was a complete puzzle, and the fact that they were to get all 98 down here is a miracle, a feat of, I was not believing it when I got down here, but every driveway, every little spot they could, the Eco Center dock, it looks so cool down here this year. It is truly a race pit all the way away. No parking allowed. Don't expect to park. I've said it several times to everybody.
Yeah.
There is no parking down here this year. If you find the trolley from the Keys Energy, they're the parking garage there. They'll
That's
shuttle you
right.
down here, but don't expect to park because every little spot they have, there's a boat. And it is a truly unique race village like never before. I've never seen this many boats in one spot. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's amazing. And you got to come down here and see it this year.
And I will make sure that I have a better understanding of the lane assignments for Superstock for Sunday. Because I think they did almost do one inside, one outside, one in, and one, based on the finish positions. We'll have
to race with the Israeli Holmes boat earlier today.
Or should I say Chairman Beckley?
Yeah, Chairman Beckley, longtime Key Wester. I love catching up with Ryan. I love that little grid down there where Ryan sets up in the corner and Ray Marine is right next door. The Team Bermuda boats are in there.
Where Team Allen is in there.
Yeah, Team Allen, and then
NMBRV is in there.
And my good buddy Pete Pagino and his son AJ, Coco's Monkey. As well as Celsius and
they pack in that. That's like the super stock area.
Yeah, and I believe that. Yeah, in fact, say last MF was down there because that was always where Performance Boat Center was.
That's both their boats too.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And just always Pete Rivera's down there as well.
Yeah.
And Nikolai's. Yeah, just a good vibe going down there. A lot of laughs and camaraderie, especially between Bill Allen and Pete Pagino. Because they're on each other. And Pete, I always get I try and get one interview out of Pete, and it's like pulling teeth. Got AJ yesterday. Love you guys, the Baginos. And
but Billy's got that sly humor.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's one of the best people to talk to in Powerboat. So relaxed and so professional. At the same time, I think he embodies everything that is super stock racing, really.
Turtle on the course now.
A turtle now.
Yep, so we got a spectator cleared, now we got a turtle on the course.
Well, the turtle was trying to save the spectator.
I imagine that, or it was Jack Sparrow riding in on two turtles, and one of the turtles got free or something.
Now, do they go over there in the Marshall's boat and pick up the turtle and move it?
Oh, no. No.
You can see, though, for the spectators that are looking out, you could see the turtle helicopter right out there just off Sunset Key. That's the Marine helicopter, and you see it right there hovering. That's where the turtle is.
They hover, and they're going to watch and let the turtle have its path to do.
The Tuga is clear.
Till it's clear, man.
The Tuga is now clear.
This is their home.
That's a turtle. A Tuga.
Oh.
And I'm not saying that in jest. This is their home.
No,
Give
I know.
them an opportunity to deep dive and
College of the Fuller Keys down here with the Tugas.
Yeah. What are these loud boats? Let me just get out of here.
So the dry Tortugas are dry turtles?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the helicopter is.
Thank you to Rich Moretti. Rich he's a powerboat enthusiast. Environment's number one to him, and saving wildlife and rescuing turtles. But he uses a fountain that he's had for a long time to take rescued turtles offshore and release them. And he likes to come talk to the teams and
well, people think that just because you're a performance boater, you don't care about the environment, and it's not true.
And not even close. I mean, and
you don't have to be a sailor to appreciate the environment.
I mean, you think of the number of high-performance boats that come down here every year. Marine Technologies has fun runs all the time. They're here to enjoy the environment just like everybody else.
Yep.
Their boats are very expensive. Making mistakes in their boats is not.
It's frowned upon.
It's very frowned upon, and it's not something they want to do. I mean,
no,
not at all. Especially when you're driving your boat down and back. So
now we got to start. I guess the turtle moved.
Yeah, they turtled it.
All right. Well, the chopper's still hovering, but I guess waiting just to pick up this start. Here they go again. The race is on in super stock. Let's get it on.
And look at Nuff Said coming up on the outside with Nick Impressia, and I'm not used to saying his name. Sorry.
Martins.
Martin, yes.
Lewis
5
Martins.
laps on
Lewis
this, on
Martins.
this time, the restart, 1 less, so 5 laps on this.
So 5 laps on this race. There's your leader in the national points, but on Wednesday it was Team Nautical Ventures on the outside there. Ray Marine with the early lead. The closest shot at the pin on the starting gate out there, so they'll split the 13 boats there at turn number 1. You'll see a green buoy, and half the boats will pass to the west side, the others to the east, and they'll take the turn. There we go. And now they'll make the turn and head down towards Fort Zachary Taylor between 1 and 2. Let's see how these boats handle the water right here at the end of the outgoing tide. You're riding right into an easterly wind about 10 miles an hour. There's a boat going up a bit on the sponson out of the water. So you watch the boats behind Ray Marine.
Michaelized. Still looks like Demon Bikini's
out there. Yeah.
Is that digging deep on the outer hip of Demon Bikini?
Is that the Wasn't-A-Craft?
Team Alan Lawn Care in the middle of the screen.
I think that's the Wasn't-A-Craft out there on the far outside.
Oh, it is, yeah. That's the little 31 victory.
So you can see Ray Marine on the left of your screen coming around the wide sweeping turn. Fort Zachary Taylor, they're in the lead, and they'll turn her down the harbor. Head in for lap number 1 of 5. Super stock racing here for the 40.
Oh, there's a flip.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Boat's upside down.
Could not tell who that was.
Red flag.
That's definitely a red flag on that. There's.
So, listen, that water right in that area you've got to be cautious.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of holes. You got changing contour. Again, the tide's
The
just
glare was tough.
finishing
So it
going
was tough
out.
to see on who that was with that glare the way it was shining through there.
All those boats and all those rooster tails.
Let's check them off here.
Looks like
Ray Marine.
Yeah, Wozencraft was right in there.
Wozencraft's up front here. He's in.
Along with Impressia and Martins in the Hamilton Princess. Enough
Celsius
said.
is here.
And Ray Marine were all right there. And Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens had a nice run going too. And Team Demon Bikini.
Coco's is there. XINSURANCE. GL Racing. Bermuda.
Yeah, and so
I didn't see Sailus, Nautical Ventures, or Michaelized. I have not seen come by. There's
Nautical
Ventures. So, Sailus, didn't see them. Michaelized. One of those two.
Ray Marine came by, right?
Oh, I did see them. Yes.
Yep. So it's either Michaelized or Say Less, or both. And we just missed one. But
It is the Michaelized. I'm getting note that it is the Michaelized.
All right, so another red flag and another boat
There's
over
the
here.
Sayless there coming in.
Yep.
Still limping through there, coming back in and finding themselves again.
Now I suppose we're going to have a 4-lap heat here for points today. And just when you thought we were going to get out of here early.
Hey, you did the broadcast courtesy yourself, Eric.
See, we catch this on replay. Happens on
They
the
definitely
left
have
side
it
of
on
the
video.
screen. Looks like Wozencraft was actually pretty close to Ray Marine, because we were taking the shot, the helicopter shot where they were trailing leaders.
This was the boat that went over.
Oh, he hit somebody. He definitely banged somebody there.
Yeah, he ran right into
whoever that was on the outside.
Is that the Wozencraft maybe even?
I
can't see. I'll let it play another second. We would have seen who that was.
Looked like it hit him pretty hard, too.
Yeah, it definitely. See, it looks like the Michaelized lost control, went out a little bit wider. I don't know if he expected that boat to be there or not, but definitely thumped him.
So you can watch it
Yeah,
here. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh, spins the boat around.
Yeah, it was.
Spins the boat around, and then it bounces right over.
And that boat just got fixed from going over in Michigan City.
And that sure looks like...
That sure looks like Wozencraft.
I thought it was the Wozencraft that he went into, yeah.
Which is teammates at Manatee Marine Unlimited.
We watch that again. We'll also
one
try
Maldonado hitting another.
Yeah, that's a Manatee Marine mishap right there. Gosh.
Let's just make sure everyone's okay.
Yeah,
but because not only did you get the boat going over, but the hit.
It's
right. Yeah, they definitely went wide and went into him.
I mean, to be clear, that's pure speculation at this point that was Wozencraft.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It looks like
It definitely looked like
the glare is so hard at this point to see.
But it looks like that slightly
Right.
older model Victory hull that he comes into collision with. So I mean, not only do you have the impact, but then you have the rollover.
Yeah.
And if that's Michaelized, that's the second time they've been over this year. They went over in Michigan
Crew
City.
driver okay is.
Wozencraft. So you have to imagine that he just must have made contact with the hull, and
yeah, I wouldn't.
It doesn't. I mean, Demon Bikini didn't seem to have any trouble with the engine when he came across here. There was a hard bounce off of the stern of that boat.
We didn't get to see it was on the.
We'll have to get a look at when it comes by during the race to see.
But it was on that.
Like
It was on that starboard side of the Demon Bikini, and we came by on the port side. We saw it, so we didn't get to see exactly where the damage could have been because it was opposite side from the fans and the Mole Pier here. So we'll have to see when they're going out if we can see any damage on the Demon Bikini. But you really won't see it unless it's outbound.
Yeah, I could try to pick it up on an outbound leg with binoculars to see if I see anything.
But it can't be that bad because they're still out there. I mean, if they were in that bad of shape, I don't imagine Demon Bikini would still be out there. So they're still sitting out there, so they're going to give it a try at least.
And they have spotters, so I'm sure they have someone looking at it when it went by.
Julian.
Oh no, they couldn't have seen
Right,
it.
I said it's on the starboard side of it there,
Yeah.
so you're kind of out
Well,
towards
if they
the west side.
if they got hit on the port side, that's what we wouldn't be able to see.
Ricardo.
Oh, right, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Starboard
sorry,
is
you're
right, port
yeah,
is
sorry.
left.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Julian's brother Ricardo Maldonado.
Yep.
Palmetto,
Throttles.
Florida, was on the throttles of that boat on board with Pete Rivero. His father, Ricky, had been on the boat with him
in
Michigan City. Had suffered a broken ankle, I believe,
Mhm.
in that incident. We heard he's healed up and better. And best wishes to both the Rivero and Maldonado family, both the driver and throttleman okay and out of the boat. but a tough day for them here today. And unfortunately, the Manatee Marine team, and they've had some incidents here in Key West at the World Championship. Not uncommon. You're racing hard.
Yep.
They had that one incident, I think 2018, 2019. The jackhammer boat went over backwards with Ricky and Reese riding real hard. A dramatic, complete barrel roll. And then just a few years ago, when that one race cancellation, the jackhammer boat got smacked pretty good. I think it was the first year that they raced with the 300R engines, and got hit by Team Play Trades.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and had a big hole knocked in them. So they race hard here, but sometimes you get contact with folks. There's the Demon Bikini boat. No apparent damage to them there.
Yeah, that side does not look that bad at all, does it?
Yeah.
I was looking at in front of the canopy there, though. Something looked a little off.
Got an opportunity. I'd like to give a shout out to Scott Miller and wife Chelsea and their family in town, of course, of the Michigan City Grand Prix race on the Great Lakes. What a great time. What a great venue that is. We had a record turnout, over 70 boats up there, and prove that it is one of the marquee races that teams like to go to. We had such a big turnout at that event there, and it's a fantastic race course. What an amazing city. Blue waters of Lake Michigan there off Michigan City, Indiana.
70 degrees.
70?
Wasn't that nice?
Oh, man, it was amazing. I'd actually put on a winter. That was in late July, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, right at the beginning of August.
And that was my first time in Michigan City, but that's what all the guys told me. They were like,
yeah.
Oh, man, you get up there, you get out of the heat of Florida.
They've got the casino there. They got these white beaches that last forever, beautiful water.
But it's 70 degrees. Who's
It's
getting in that water?
I
don't get in that water.
Oh, come
70
on.
degrees?
Yeah, look.
Anything below 83, I'm not getting in that water.
Not
Not
everybody's from Key West, you know.
You feel free to stay down here.
Anyway,
I'll bring my parka.
I was
good.
perfectly comfortable in that weather.
I want to say hi to Jack Arnett up in Michigan City as well, head of the Tourism Bureau, and we highly recommend the town of Michigan City, kind of like a Key West of the North up there on Lake Michigan. Excited to get back there again next summer. Hope to see the Millers here this weekend. Get a chance, saw Scott briefly, and a chance to catch up with him, but great folks up there in Michigan City. Still watching as we sort out the Michaelized boat going over.
They're trying to right it right now. But yeah, as I'm playing that back in my head, just that kind of come flying in hot, and then that was kind of a weird deal, the way that impact took place.
Again, we'd like to thank Key West Fire Department, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Key West Police Department, Florida DNR, United States Coast Guard, U.S. Navy, the Turtle Hospital, the National Marine Sanctuary, SSR Safety, and all the docs that are here in association. Mentioned earlier, Dr. Kelly Reed, who is with Mount Sinai Medical Centers, who is a presenting sponsor of the Outer Mulvender Village. In conjunction with Dr. Michael Jansen, the world-renowned back surgeon, trauma surgeon, who is a former racer that is here with the team. 4 doctors in total with their team, providing support for all of our race teams.
No surprise here, 4 laps on the restart.
Yep.
4 laps on the restart. The boat still is...
They're trying to get it over, but it's not cooperating.
That's, again, same problem. I mean, you have to traverse that area on the race course, and it's not an easy place to... You could look at all the water moving there.
Right, the outgoing tide is almost pushing it away from where they want it to be.
Yeah,
so
you could see the wind against the tide there. I mean, it's really right at the end of the tide here, but still see a lot of water moving through that area, and that's what you get here in Key West. Or you get it up and down the Keys where the water comes, especially on the outgoing tide, where it comes out of the basin of the bay and rolls into the Atlantic Ocean.
They're almost getting pushed outside of the course now.
Sure they are. Yeah. So doesn't seem like they're able to make a bunch of progress. And
no, they're trying it again.
Thanks for bearing with us. We're wading through another mishap out on the course. It's our third incident really of the day. We did have a race team ejected from a boat in the early races.
Scott McCormick and Bob Spitulski are both okay after they got spit out of the team ride legal 26 velocity.
Then in our Super Cat class, the outer limits of Vinny Diorio rolled over.
And he and Sean Connor are both okay. Nope. Let's see. Nope. Thought they had it there because they were.
And of course, Michaelized here in Superstock class over. Now teams milling around there down near the Harbor Hotels. Fury Water Sports and entertainment partner of RWO.
Yellow flag on the pace boat.
So they're about ready to start. They're going to pull them through. Maybe they're just going to move Michaelized off the course.
They might do something where they start them and then just hold the yellow out in that section of the course where Michaelized is upside down, and tell them to proceed with caution and use some common sense. 4 laps.
All right, they're back up, lining up. Another start. See if we can get this thing going. Third time lucky.
Hopefully.
Super stock grid following the pace boat. 4 laps now after 2 red flags.
Okay, that's a graphic that I saw in the Decademon bikini. So this is the port side of the boat.
Yellow flag.
Let me see if I see anything when they come by.
All right, about ready to get going. And the green flag is up. The race is on. Let's get this thing done. Mike, the Raymarine team now moves forward in the center. 4 laps here to determine the Southernmost Continental Championship. And winning points for the second day of racing in the RWO Key West World Championship. Raymarine, Team Nautical Ventures, the top 2 boats to finish. Sean Torrente and Matt Jaminski winning on Wednesday. Raymarine, Cole Leibel, and Gary Ballou finishing in second. Enough Said had a fantastic finish with Louis Martins and Nick Impression in the Team Bermuda entry.
GL Construction was right behind him, so Team Bermuda had 2 boats in the top 5.
That's right. 32-foot catamarans with the Mercury Racing 300Rs with the 20-inch midsections. Victory and Doug Wright dominate the class. There's Raymarine with the lead.
Is that GL right next to him? Looks like him.
So they've made the turn.
That might be Coco's Monkey coming
on the inside. Yeah, great move by them.
This boat turns quick. With the
great move by Coco's Monkey.
Yeah, with the Porte running surface. Coco's Monkey, AJ, and Pete Pagino, they move into second.
And AJ's another one of those wheelmen that everybody raves about. Another dirt racer.
Raymarine.
You see the GL Team Bermuda sitting right out there, third place.
So Raymarine has the lead. Here they come down to the wide sweeping turn off Fort Zachary Taylor.
I wonder where Nautical is in all of this.
Nice tight turn by Coco's Monkey. They'll make up a little distance there. Raymarine digs in.
Big swinging turn by Enough Said. That's Enough Said way out there.
Yeah.
That was Enough Said.
And here we come back into the harbor. The fans of Fort Zachary Taylor. Raymarine with the lead back into the harbor, first of 4 laps. Coco's Monkey in second. We'll set the grid for you and their positions as they come through. It's Raymarine. 2 seconds off the pace is Coco's Monkey, then GL Construction, Team Bermuda.
Wozencraft is 4.
Yeah, Wozencraft, and then
Team 5.
Team Demon Bikini, and
Upset 6.
Enough
Alan
said.
Carr 7. And Celsius 8.
I
Ninth
think
is
Nautical
Digging Deep.
Ventures was in there too.
10th is...
I think Nautical Ventures was 7th and Celsius was 8th.
Okay. Well, I had Team Alan Long here in there too.
Yeah.
At 7th or 8th.
Oh, yep. So then
8th
Nautical
was
Ventures would have been 8th.
9th was Celsius.
yeah, we watch Raymarine and Coco's Monkey going through the harbor turn. This is where you will win or lose the race, especially in this harbor turn. You're going to keep your entry speed and exit speed close. Don't want to scrub a bunch of speed in that turn, get back out and get down on the throttles and take advantage of the opportunity to catch speed out to turn number 1. 3.5 second lead for Raymarine as they made that turn just a bit quicker. As we look overhead from the XINSURANCE Helicam.
Off camera, you can, well, on camera, Nautical Ventures is now, they made a big move.
they're all the way up to
They're
4th
up
place.
to 5th. Or 4th, yep.
Yeah, up to
Nautical
4th
Ventures
place.
up to 4th. Just
Past
went
the
past
Bikini.
Demon Bikini.
That's Wozencraft actually in 4th. Wall Ventures is 2 back behind
yep.
the Bikini. The
Yep.
paint colors are really close, but you got a bit of touch of green in the Wozencraft.
Good eye.
Alan's right behind there. But yeah, either way that
Speaking of green, Raymarine leading the way in that chartreuse livery.
32 Victory Hull. It's another victory there in the XINSURANCE Moxie team. So Team Bermuda had 2 boats in the top 4 on Wednesday, and they're back in there again.
Yeah, man.
They've inverted with the GL Construction team up to 3rd. So Raymarine with the lead, Coco's Monkey in chase, GL Construction in 3rd, back out to the outside leg. 2.5 laps left here. We've had 2 red flags in this race, so
there's a boat that just pulled to the center there.
Yeah, we'll have to see who doesn't come by.
I can't really tell anymore because of the
No,
glares,
that
but
glare.
yeah, there's a boat that's definitely pulled into the center there of the course.
So as we talked about this
The
glare,
88, that was the XINSURANCE, the one that's coming in the 12th place there. 88 XINSURANCE is pulled off the course.
yeah, the boats at the top of the order, they're not letting Raymarine get away.
Nope.
And we'll watch them come back through the harbor here, but first approaching Port Zachary Taylor. That appears, those are the boats behind Coco's Monkey and Raymarine. So there's Demon Bikini.
Just got in somebody's wash.
Well, he looked like he actually got passed up by the Nautical Ventures team there just now.
Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens. Team Demon Bikini, our leaders coming back through again.
There's Raymarine off the camera.
So Raymarine turned that lap in 3 minutes 15 seconds.
Coco's Monkey still sitting second.
Back about 5 seconds off the lead. That was an 86 mile an hour lap for Raymarine.
Oh, Nautical Ventures has made the move to 4th there.
Yep. Enough set up to 5th.
Demon Bikini's 6th. So something happened to Wozencraft's all the way. Look at him off pace big time.
Wozencraft is 7th.
8th is Alan. Celsius is 9. Digging Deep is 10. I Say Less is 11. I did not see the Demon. I'm sorry, I did see the Demon.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Because Michael Ice is out
Right,
and Moxie's out. And there's the Team Nautical Ventures boat. Enough said. Nick Imprescia throttling that boat for the first time this week.
So coming out of the harbor turn, Raymarine now with a 7-second lead over Coco's Monkey. So they've extended their lead. GL Construction is chasing Coco's Monkey.
Raymarine is pulling away.
Yep. GL Construction, part of the Team Bermuda crew, Stephen Bridges and David Sully.
Both of those boats are now managed out of Grant Signature Racing.
Overhead of Coco's Monkey, 32 Doug Wright.
former Shadow Pirate.
Yep, again with the Scott Porte running surface. Bogino's had this boat for sale, super fast through the turns. It's a former World Championship boat. Wanted to jump into racing. This is definitely one special hull.
Because they've got spare motors, they've got a bunch of props. I mean,
yeah, the wasn't the whole package, all the way back there.
The whole package that's available for them.
All right, back to our leader from the X-Insurance Helicam. That's Ray Marine, 32-foot Victory hull. Cole Leibel out of Toronto, Canada, and Gary Ballou finished second on Friday. Won the national championship. Won all the others. And now want to win the RWO Key West World Championship. To be the best, you've got to win Key West.
Woo!
And Ray Marine continues the dominance that they've exhibited throughout the season. Ray Marine.
Don't even see Coco's in the back of that picture anymore. That's how much he's starting to pull away.
Yeah, Cole's been so close getting a title down here. Wants one just like his uncle Lorne.
Yeah, there's Coco's in the back there.
Yeah, so not much change in the top three there. A little air, but settle back down for Ray Marine.
Unless
both those boats.
Unless this is Torrente coming up and taking third.
That's a tough spot there as the boats bounce a bit of a hole there.
Because after winning on Wednesday, Sean Torrente said, well, I know Gary's going to win on Friday.
Here he comes, Ray Marine through again in about 3 minutes 17 seconds, 85 miles an hour on that lap.
Coco's is second. Let's see who comes through third.
And your Nautical Ventures.
And there's Nautical Ventures up to third, because Sean said he just wants to keep him as close as he can to set up the showdown on Sunday.
Yeah, that STR 32 has really come a long way as we look at our leader Ray Marine on the live stream. So the Team Bermuda boats can push back a spot by Team Nautical Ventures. Torrente and Jaminski.
Chelsea is up to 8. That's because the Wozencraft fell back. Say Less is trying to make this room move around, digging deep on the front of the finish line here.
Good shot of an important turn, more than about 180-degree turn, 3-pin turn, that you've got to be careful not to get too much speed in it, but at the same time.
Well, this is our final lap,
this
right?
This is it, yeah. He holds on from here, and he's got to be rooting right now. Gary is definitely rooting for that Coco's Monkey boat to keep staying right behind him right there, because that gives him the buffer going into Sunny point-wise behind the Nautical.
Right.
The Nautical Ventures team there that is sitting third, trying to track him down. So that battle for second is huge in the overall point total right now.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough real estate left for Sean to try to get up alongside the Vaginos and challenge.
Yeah, that 8th place start there, that slow start by Nautical definitely might, will definitely put him behind in the standings going into Sunday.
Ray Marine's lead almost 12 seconds. Coco's Monkey trying to hold on to second. About 4 seconds ahead of Team
sitting third right there.
Yeah, Team Nautical Ventures about 4 seconds back. This is the final lap of the Super Stock race. Final lap before the big Duval Street party. The street party with 43 boats out on the end of Duval Street. Sloppy Joes and Ricks, Irish Kevins, all the great hangouts. Brought to you by Keystar Construction. So our leaders will come around one more time. That's Ray Marine.
On the final turn.
One more time down the harbor today. And it will come down to a Friday race final. Excuse me. It will come down to a Sunday race final.
Showdown.
Well, he'll have the lead going in.
Yes.
So take a look how close Team Nautical Ventures is up with the Coco's Monkey.
Well,
that's where
that's the battle for second.
That's where the race is. So Team Nautical Ventures trying to move up to second, make it closer going into Sunday. Ray Marine will come through one more time with the win today on Friday. at the Key West World Championships, a 3-minute 14-second lap. Who will take second here today?
Matt Jaminski is
is
up
close.
on that wheel. That's
Oh
going to be
my
Nautical
goodness,
Ventures.
it is Nautical Ventures. Never mind, they're tied coming in.
What a race by John Torrente and Matt Jaminski.
Torrente predicted that perfectly.
Chases down Coco's Monkey. They take third.
Team Bermuda, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, GL Construction.
GL Construction, 4th, and Nuff said 5th.
Yep.
Demon Bikini.
Nice race.
Respectable for 6th.
Yeah, Leanna Shadlow, Chad Havens.
Team Allen, 7th.
Yep. But Ray Marine takes the win. Team Nautical Ventures, SDR Racing, 2nd. Coco's Monkey, 3rd.
Celsius just came in 8th.
And
Say Less and digging deeper, drag racing for it.
I got Say Less there at the buzzer. Wow, that was close.
9th and 10th.
And Kelsey was right behind him in 11th. They're all in.
Yep, that's it.
Well, if that didn't excite you, I don't know what would. That was great racing, and if you're a big fan of Superstock racing, they've got some great swag out there. They put together their own logo, Coco's Monkey, and their mercantile operations are out here at the Outer Mole at the race and at the Race Village. Have these cool hats and shirts that come in various colors. Pretty sporty stuff. Coco's Monkey Island Apparel. Be sure to get yours and take them home today, as well as the other clever items that they have for sale. Totally unique apparel. Ray Marine, the winner today. Gary Ballou out on the deck to receive the checkered flag. And John Torrente and Matt Jaminski barreling through the fleet, moving up from at least 6 back up to 2nd, getting by Coco's Monkey. And that tells you that it was really important to them to get forward there and finish up in 2nd. So as Joey mentioned, they're tied in the points, and
I'm looking out for the final part of the podium here, and we've got a tight one again for that final spot in the podium. Nautical Ventures and Ray Marine at 214, but the rest of them, Coco's Monkeys at 159. The Team Bermuda's got a one at 157 and 156. That's going to be really tight for that final spot in the podium come Sunday.
Wouldn't Ray Marine have one less point because there was one less boat?
But again, it doesn't really matter because he also got one less point today too. So in the end, it doesn't really make that big of a difference.
Okay.
The numbers are still the same. They balance out today. One less boat, one more boat yesterday.
Okay.
It really doesn't make that big of a difference for the first place and second place on a day like this. No.
Yeah. Bottom line is, whoever finishes in front of the other guy is going to have.
It's going to have exactly. Whoever beats each other come Sunday, that's the race for the top spot there. And then second, again, you're looking at second place, almost 50 points back now. Third place, almost 50 points back now. So it's the battle for first is between those 2 points, but the battle for third is still wide open.
And what are the teams that are all vying for being on the podium?
Coco's Monkeys at 159. Team Bermuda is 156. Nuff Said is at 157. I was about to add, Wozencraft fell way down today. I'm adding up some more. I'm about to look at Demon Bikini, but they're still not close enough either. So it's going to be those 3 teams right there. Coco's Monkey, 159. Team Bermuda, 156. That's the GL Construction. And then the Nuff Said at 157. So 3 points separate those 3 teams right there.
That Coco's Monkey boat just always up there near the podium when the final day of the World Championship comes around. Well, congratulations to Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, and Gary Ballou, winners today here in Superstock class. We appreciate you joining us on the live stream today. Thanks to our production crew at X Insurance South out in Utah, and X Insurance West really in Utah, excuse me. We're doing a great job, and all of the team that's here on the ground. Special thanks to Cameron Turk and JJ, who is our cameraman here next to the booth, for great work done. Eric and Neil in the chopper. Rick, of course, for the great chopper work as well. Appreciate all you guys, and again, we'll be back on Sunday to give you the World Championship final, and we'll be with you probably around 9:15, 9:50. Racing starts at 10 o'clock. Your local partners here at the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio will be back after sign-off here with a recap of today's race. with Rick and Joey. Ray Marine, congratulations for the big win today in Super Stock, as well as the other teams here at the Key West World Championship races. So we'll be back with more here locally on 97.7 Sports Radio. Thanks for joining us here in Key West.